Yeah, hold on. Thank you for being here. We're going to start the meeting right now. We're going to start at 4:03.
Roll call. Scott Harden.
Here.
Kimberly Kenny. Michelle Richardson Bailey.
Here.
Patrice Marshall McKenzie.
Here.
Dr. Jarma Velasquez.
Presente.
Tina Frederick. Jennifer Holly.
Here.
Dr. Elizabeth Blanco.
Here. Yes, we have a quorum. We'll go to item B, resolutions. Resolution 2803, Women's History Month for March. Presenting will be Dr. Mary Stevens for Ms. Lori Tulumian.
Good afternoon, Board President Hawley, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Blanco, members of SLT and PUSD community. I'm Dr. Mary Stevens, the instructional coach at Marshall, and it is my honor and privilege to reintroduce Board Resolution 2803, honoring March as Women's History Month in the Pasadena Unified School District, on behalf of the Women's History Collaborative Committee. I'm joined by our Assistant Principal of Curriculum Instruction and Signature Programs, Ms. Katrina Narvaez, and our teacher, Ms. Leanne Shee, who also designs our gorgeous posters every year. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the recent revisions made by Principal Tulumian and Board President Hawley. Within the sixth whereas, the verbiage of the movement for LGBTQIA+, Me Too, and Time's Up were added. Additionally, the next two whereas statements include the context for the Eaton fires and the disproportionate impacts of climate change on women and children. The Women's History Collaborative has had the same goal for 8 years, for women's history and the women's liberation movement to be included in our curriculum at a much broader scale. Our assembly has flourished over the years to include all secondary schools, and with keynotes such as former Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton, labor leader and civil rights activist Dolores Huerta, and U.S. Representatives Judy Chu and Maxine Waters. Board President Hawley is thrilled to announce our keynote speaker this year,
our new State Senator, Sasha Renee Perez.
Yes. We have provided each of you with print materials for this year's event, including a poster designed by Ms. Shee, depicting a young girl looking up with hope, below her a rose, and the San Gabriel Mountains symbolizing Altadena and Pasadena. The butterflies pay tribute to Elliott Arts' Metamorphosis event and reinforce this year's theme, Together We Rise. It is also a nod to the Tongva belief that if you whisper your wish to a butterfly, it will carry your wish to the heavens to be granted. Students in 6th through 12th grades will write essays and or create art with a theme and prompts in mind. Selected students from every secondary school will present their work on March 26th at Marshall. Originally, this year's prompts asked students to address the preservation of equal rights earned through the women's liberation movement. In light of our school community's circumstances stemming from the Eaton fire, an alternative prompt was added to honor the strength and resilience of our communities and their leaders. The new prompt reads, and I'll paraphrase, the Eaton fire decimated the community of Altadena as well as parts of Pasadena and Sierra Madre. In the midst of this tragedy, countless leaders worked to ensure all affected individuals had immediate access to all necessities. Identify a female leader who supported the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre following the Eaton fire. Provide examples of their leadership, particularly the significance of their actions to the families affected by the fires. Students are encouraged to arrive at their own definitions of leadership, from high-profile leaders such as former Vice President Harris to their abuelita, who is currently housing displaced family members. Our assembly on March 26th is live and will also be live streamed by our amazing K-Learns team. We hope you will join us on Wednesday, March 26th at 6 p.m. at Marshall. Thank you for your time, consideration, and support.
I think we can just move ahead with this. Does anybody have anything to say? All in favor?
No motion.
Motion to approve resolution for Women's History Month.
I move approval.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
We're going to have to do a roll call.
Roll call.
Scott Harden.
Yes.
Kimberly Kenny. Michelle Richardson Bailey.
Yes.
Patrice Marshall McKenzie.
Yes.
Dr. Jarma Velasquez.
Yes.
Tina Frederick, Jennifer Holly,
Yes.
502. Two abstentions. They're not here.
Thank you very much for that. We'd like to move on to item C.
We have 8 public comments.
We have 8 public comments in item C. Yes.
Are they abstentions or are they just absent?
Okay, no absent.
They're absent, so
Okay,
you
thank
can
you.
go back and,
5-0.
okay.
5-0.
Okay, so let's move on to item C. We have 8 public comments. We can do 3 minutes each for 8.
So we're going to start with Ryan Dahlstrom, followed by Lilia Romero, followed by Han Lee.
3 minutes.
All right. Good evening, Board President Hall Lee, board members, Superintendent Blanco, SLT, colleagues, and community. My name is Ryan Dahlstrom, and I'm a TOSA 2 supporting the CARE program. This group of people standing before you this evening represents the TOSA 2s in special education, human resources, college and career, early childhood education and curriculum, instructional professional development departments, and student wellness and support services. We are uniquely qualified to do what we do. Each of us holds deep wells of PUSD institutional knowledge, as well as community and staff credibility, which we have been carefully earning over years through intentional commitment and passion. We are very much part of the connective tissue here in the district, providing space for collaboration, leadership, and serving our students and teams behind the scenes. Our work is not always seen, but we know it is very much felt by students, classroom teachers, principals, and the different departments at central office, which is why we are here today. Any disruption with our work will directly impact school sites and staff, and ultimately our students.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Lee, and I speak on behalf of myself and my colleague Lilia Romero. We are teachers on special assignment in human resources. I oversee the teacher induction program for approximately 95 new teachers in Pasadena Unified, while Ms. Romero supports over 25 pre-service teachers through our district's partnership with the Alder Teacher Residency Program. We value the union's role in advocating for educators, but recent counterproposals to PUSD include changes that would significantly impact the induction and teacher residency programs, potentially harming both new teachers and their students. One proposed change is to compensate TOSAs at the per diem hourly rate for work beyond the contractual day. While this may seem beneficial, it raises several concerns. First, the structure would create inconsistencies within the TOSA role, as years of service would impact compensation, even if responsibilities remain the same. Additionally, because per diem pay depends on school or department budgets, some TOSAs could receive compensation, while others would not. Another important consideration is that supplemental pay does not contribute to retirement under the state teachers retirement system, which could make it harder to retain experienced TOSAs in these critical support roles. If fewer TOSAs remain due to inconsistent compensation and lack of retirement benefits for supplemental pay, then new teachers may experience delays in mentorship, feedback, and classroom support, all of which directly affect student learning. Another proposed change is reducing the TOSA 2 position from 11 months to 10 months. This would limit our ability to provide year-round program development, mentor training, and ongoing support for new teachers. A shorter work year means less time for guidance, which could lead to delays in teacher support, instructional inconsistencies, and weakened classroom management. The full accreditation of the induction program, which was only recently reacquired, could also be at risk, destabilizing the program and impacting teacher retention and student success. Teachers would miss out on critical strategies for supporting diverse learners, and mentors might not have the training to offer effective feedback. We appreciate the union's commitment to improving working conditions for educators and remain hopeful for improved communication and representation moving forward. We urge consideration of the broader impact these changes would have on TOSAs, new teachers, and the students we serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sofia Valadez Paez, Julia Cole.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sofia Valadez Paez, and I am a TOSA 2 in the Office of College and Career. I am here today to bring to your attention a serious concern. The current UTP leadership is failing to represent all of its members, particularly TOSA 2s, by proposing language that actively harms our positions. Our responsibilities extend beyond the school year, and we serve as a crucial bridge between teachers and the district. Yet UTP has ignored our feedback and continues to push changes that would negatively impact our roles. Despite paying union dues, we are treated as if we are not members, with some TOSAs even being told, "Looks like your time is almost up." We appreciate the PUSD bargaining team for eliminating the harmful 12-year language, something UTP refused to advocate for despite our requests. We urge PUSD to reject UTP's proposal as it undermines the very positions that support classrooms, teachers, and students across the district. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julie Cole, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of myself and my colleague, Catherine Aguilar. We are the two early childhood education TOSA 2s providing instructional coaching, professional development, and just-in-time support to PUSD's 22 preschool classrooms, 20 TK classrooms, and the 10 pre-K, TK, and kindergarten embedded instruction classrooms across the district. I am here to echo my fellow TOSA 2s' concerns about the lack of equitable representation by this current UTP leadership. We are members of UTP. We pay monthly dues with the expectation that our interests will be equally protected by our union leadership. Unfortunately, this is not proving to be the case. In March of 2024, a group of TOSAs met with the UTP leadership at the request of the TOSAs to ask questions regarding how UTP planned to negotiate the TOSA article before you today, and to request that the 12-year limit for a teacher on special assignment be eliminated. We argued that the institutional knowledge, extensive training, and unique skills that TOSAs bring to our work should not be replaced due to a time limit. At that meeting, we were repeatedly told by UTP leadership that they believed in upholding the 12-year limit for TOSAs because the UTP leadership in that meeting said it was the TOSAs' responsibility to give other people a chance to do that work. Classroom teachers are not asked to give up their current classroom position to give another teacher a chance to teach that class. However, that is what was communicated to and expected of TOSAs. This is a perfect example of how the current UTP leadership is not fairly and equitably representing TOSAs. We are grateful to the PUSD leadership for recognizing the value in the training they have provided for us and appreciating the unique skills TOSA 2s bring to the work we do. This is evident by PUSD's proposal to strike the TOSA 12-year limit from the contract language. As TOSA 2s, we are called upon to plan and lead professional development prior to teachers' return to school throughout the school year as well as during the summer. We research and support the ordering, distribution, and teacher training of curriculum resources used by all teachers in the district. We work with TOSA 1s to provide PLC content applicable to our TK classrooms and collaborate to provide resources to support embedded instruction classrooms at individual school sites. We do all of these things while providing just-in-time supports for all classrooms across the district. The UTP leadership, without any input from TOSA 2s doing this work, has chosen to make drastic changes to the TOSA 2 role with their proposed work hour and work year changes to the contract language. These changes proposed by the current UTP leadership would negatively impact our ability to support the classroom teachers of PUSD and further proves their inability to negotiate fairly and equitably upon our behalf. On behalf of my fellow TOSA 2 colleagues, I urge you to reject UTP's counterproposal on the TOSA article. Thank you.
Ashley Butler, Rebecca Black, Carmela Shane.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Butler, and I'm here to represent the 3 TOSA 2s in CIPD EdTech. As my colleagues have stated, we too are concerned with UTP's leadership, continued disregard for our positions, our voice, and our feedback. In December, we met with UTP leadership to discuss some of our concerns and recommend language on upcoming articles for negotiation. We asked for the following: removal of the 12-year language, which limited TOSAs to only be in their position for 12 years, and for the possibility of TOSA 1s to be added as 10.5-month employees. The 12-year language was not beneficial to anyone in the district because it removed highly qualified professionals from their position based on time rather than qualifications. We asked for TOSA 1s to have 10.5-month calendar years to allow them time at the beginning and the end of the year to provide supports to students and teachers, as well as offset the cost of supplemental pay. Neither of these requests were acted upon by UTP. We echo the points that other TOSAs have made as a request that UTP's counter-proposal on the TOSA article not be accepted, as it does not consider all of the distinct roles and responsibilities of the different TOSA positions. Moreover, it will lead to a greater fiscal instability for the district due to the per diem supplemental pay structure UTP has proposed. It does not contribute to our retirement. It's contingent upon our departments or sites approving our supplemental pay, and it leads to a greater inequity between the current TOSAs. UTP leadership told us in December that they would not do anything to negatively impact TOSAs or its membership. These proposed changes do not benefit any TOSAs, and they do not work to unite any UTP membership. TOSA 2s work in strong partnership and collaboration with site-based TOSAs to ensure that students and teachers are supported. The changes proposed by UTP in this TOSA article would lead to significant changes district-wide, including but not limited to a reduction in support for implementation of instructional materials, a reduction in support for implementation of technology, compromised district-driven professional development days and summer professional institutes, compromised adoption processes, a loss of alignment between instructional supports at the school site, which then impacts our student outcomes, and a collaboration will be compromised between TOSAs and central office, causing a lack of consistent support of all teachers district-wide, which would then negatively impact our student outcomes. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Black. I am the EdTech TOSA in the CIPD department. And as Mr. Dahlstrom stated, each TOSA 2 represents a unique expertise in a particular field. Ryan and Jamie have expertise in special ed, Hannah and Lilia in supporting new and incoming teachers, Sophia in college and career readiness, Paul Michael in restorative practices, student safety and attendance, Ashley in secondary education, Carmela in elementary education, me in educational technology, Julie and Catherine in early childhood education and embedded instruction. While we are few, our reach is far. We impact all parts of the PUSD community. Over the years, there has been a narrative that because our work location is at central office, we have no impact on students, teachers, and schools. This needs to stop. We work in partnership with all schools. The bottom line is this: we do not want to stand up here and make these comments. We are teachers first, and we are all union members. We believe in unions and everything they represent, but when intent doesn't match impact, something must be said. UTP is making critical decisions about TOSA positions without consulting us. These decisions fail to support or represent the needs of all of its members, particularly those of us who work in TOSA roles. We deserve to have our voices heard in decisions that have such a significant impact on our work, our teachers, and ultimately our students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will recess to close session. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for being here. This is the readout language for closed session concerning item D1, case number 202-4100-700. By a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D2, case number 202-4100-870, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D3, case number 202-4120-487, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item D4, case number 202-411-005, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Public Employee Release, Government Code 54957. In a closed session, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to issue notice to release and reassign the following employees from their administrative positions pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2024-2025 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. Thank you very much. Closed session is adjourned. Call to order, please.
Scott Harden,
Here.
Kimberly Kenny,
Here.
Michelle Richardson Bailey,
Here.
Patrice Marshall McKenzie,
Here.
Dr. Jarma Velasquez,
Presente.
Gina Frederick,
Here.
Jennifer Hawley,
Here.
Dr. Elizabeth Blanco,
Here.
Sarah Bonset.
Here.
Trustee Bailey, will you please do the pledge? And this is the time for public comment. How many speakers do we have, clerk?
17.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that everybody has 2 minutes and that we're going to call your names, and she's going to call them in groups. And if you could all just line up so we could just move through as efficiently as we can. You may begin.
The Board of Education acknowledges receipt of public comments via email. It will be made part of our permanent record of this meeting. Coroner Sonny Avishal of the U.S. Army Corps.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I will be quick. Pasadena Unified School District, thank you for inviting me to speak today. My name is Colonel Sonny Avichal. I'm the commander of the Eaton Fire Emergency Field Office, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Tonight I want to update you on the progress with Phase 2 debris cleanup and address any concerns about our operations that may be affecting your students. First and foremost, safety, regulatory compliance, and community engagement are our top priorities. My colleague, Colonel Swenson, often says, we can only move at the speed of trust, and that's why I'm here tonight, to set clear expectations, address concerns, and continue to earn that trust with you all. So just to give some scope of the mission that we are embarking on. This is the largest wildfire Phase 2 debris cleanup in the 250-year history of the Corps of Engineers. The Eaton and Palisades fire combined make this operation many times larger than anything that we encountered in Maui. And we have mobilized months faster than previous disaster responses, thanks to the rapid work of our partners in the Environmental Protection Agency. We understand that increased truck traffic is a concern, especially around schools. However, recent reports suggesting 1,500 trucks per day, those are inaccurate. At full capacity, we will not approach that number. Our goal is to complete this mission efficiently and safely with a completion target of January 2026. We recognize the community's concern about fire ash debris. I, too, am a parent of a 5th grader and 7th grader, and their safety, like yours, is my top priority. That's why we have strict handling and transport procedures in place. On-site measures, fire debris is continuously wetted down to prevent airborne dust. Workers were... Okay.
That's your 2-minute mark.
Okay. Well,
Yes, you may continue.
Okay, good.
Go ahead. Sir, go ahead and finish your comments.
Okay, sorry.
please. Thank you.
Okay. On-site measures, fire debris is continuously wetted down to prevent airborne dust. Workers wear air monitors on their person and in work areas. If levels exceed any sort of safety threshold, operations immediately stop until conditions are safe. And we have perimeter air monitors on that track exposure levels to ensure safety beyond the work is always on the work site as well as in and around the work site. In terms of transporting, trucks do not enter the home ash footprint. Material is transferred safely to and from the truck, but that truck never actually enters the area where the ash debris sits. Debris that is fire ash debris is wrapped in a thick plastic lining 2 times, and then a 3rd tarp is placed over that fire ash debris to ensure no material escapes during transport. We understand there are concerns about air quality. However, it's important to clarify the biggest long-term risk to this community will be leaving the ash and debris where it is right now. If it is where it is right now, it could potentially leach into groundwater, be carried by wind into homes and schools and businesses. So by removing the material quickly and safely, we reduce that public health hazard. Air monitoring data consistently shows that exposure levels remain low for now, and they are low at all of our work sites. We are still working our processes. We recognize concerns about debris trucks near schools. We are actively exploring alternative schedules for our trucks to be on these roads that will minimize their activity during peak school hours. We're implementing mitigation measures such as increased road cleaning and dust control on these routes. And overall, we are committed to continually being engaged with Pasadena Unified School District parents and local officials. Those conclude my remarks. I will be in the hallway if anyone wants to have a conversation afterwards. Thank you.
I will be calling 3 people at a time. When you hear your name, stand for line. Stanine Cruzy or Cruz, Barbara Ishida, Robin Worley.
I'm Starring Cruz, a dedicated teacher of 250 for 2 previous years, and this year 100 students, TK, kinder, and 1st grade at Field Elementary. Today I ask you to look me in the eyes and tell me that these cuts are really for the benefit of our students. Tell me it's for the kids. Some of these students have already experienced the trauma of losing their homes, their schools, and their friends, and it is traumatizing the whole community. Now we're cutting the teachers, moving them all around, not by seniority, but by skipping schools and teachers for reasons that make no sense. These children deserve stability. At Field Dual Immersion, we have helped build the program from the ground up. We brought it to the top PUSD schools, ranking at 310 out of 8,000, and now we're cutting all the EL teachers out, which is crazy to me. The relationship and community that we have created, treating teachers like pawns on a chessboard to be moved without consideration for the lasting impact. I want to remind you something that something very important. The district fined last year $90,000 for being out of compliance of 8 administrators to 100 teachers. And now you go ahead and cut more teachers. I'm not just a piece on a chessboard. My children came to me this week and mom had told them I'm not going to be here next year. And the girl, no, this can't be true, this can't be true. And then they all started crying and they all came around me and then I broke down and cried. I'm not just a piece on a chessboard. It's degrading, it's abusive every year when you guys cut, and it's a lack of respect. Article 7 of UTP 7-524 doesn't take any consideration of our seniority. I have been cut and cut and cut at this district. And now you're going to put a person with less seniority that hasn't been in a school for 3 years can take my position where I've been a teacher longer than them on the seniority list. Oh yeah, remember you guys skip 1 million people. We are doing it for the kids. The teachers are doing it for the kids. And we're not little pawns that you can just move around. It really does count. And you're pulling like a family apart that really is skilled in what we do. So think about it, please.
Barbara Ishida.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Ishida, and I was born in Pasadena, part of an integration in PUSD when I was in 2nd grade. And I'm now teaching at Norma Coombs, the school where I attended K, 1, 4, and 5. I started my career in PUSD in the 80s and left for a while, but came back to PUSD about 6 years ago, more committed than ever to public education and the ideals that PUSD embodies. I am a proud teacher of PUSD and knocked on doors this past fall to pass Measure E, the bonds and parcel tax. I remember saying to people that good schools make stronger communities. One of the values I have been able to maintain throughout my career is to live, work, and worship locally. So I also voted for the parcel tax. But because I live locally, I also lost my home in the recent Eaton fire. I have been so supported by our NCE community this whole time, and I am so grateful for all the hard work that you put in to bring our schools back to code and get students back in the classroom. Teaching has been a stable part in all the moving pieces right now for me. But when I heard that you are planning to lay off 120 teachers, my heart sank. I am probably within that group, and I know that group contains many people besides me who have been impacted by the fires, in addition to teachers like Starine who have given so much to PUSD. I heard that CTA wrote a letter to Governor Newsom asking for a moratorium on layoffs right now. Please join them in that. I think that we as a district can trust the love and support this community has recently experienced and not give in to the financial fears about what might happen. The community is behind you. There was overwhelming support for the measure, bonds, and parcels. We have to keep our schools stable. When we have school tours, parents see what they like and want to attend, but through a layoff decision, the board destroys the community, culture, and cohesiveness that attracts parents to a school. We need to think out of the box and hold to the values of people, community, and education, not the bottom line. That is driven by fear, not by possibility.
Robin Worley, and then Michael Toe.
Hi, I'm Robin Worley. I'm the PUSD Teacher of the Year, and I'm a teacher at Octavia E. Butler Magnet.
And I'm Frances Milnes, and I was the Teacher of the Year in 2006. I'm also at Octavia E. Butler. This year is supposed to be all about the power of us. For the staff and students of Octavia E. Butler Middle School, we have seen this in action every day for years. We are powerful connectors, connecting with our colleagues and staff and with our students, because we know this is the way to help them step into a successful future. Many of our students don't have a firm belief in themselves. They're tweens and teens, so we stand next to them, shoulder to shoulder, believing in them until they believe in themselves.
The actions of the district and this board, however, reveal that the power of us is merely a catchphrase. There is no power of us when our students are not getting the best of us as teachers, a best that is impossible to achieve without necessities like adequate planning time with our colleagues, modest class sizes, and manageable caseloads for special educators.
Last year, my 7th grade colleagues and I had 40 students in most of our classes, impacting the way a general education teacher provides support to his or her special education students. Having unreasonable caseloads impacts the quality, complexity, and differentiation of the lessons received by special education students in their classes.
On top of that, under the guise of budget restraints, dedicated new teachers who have put in the work to establish relationships with our students and who are committed to our community are being pulled from us, a superintendent school with the trauma of the Eaton fire still heavy on our students' hearts. We have all this positive force, this power to change lives, gone with a stroke of a pen and a vote. The changing of the guard is coming soon. You're giving away our future teaching force, our most valuable resource, to other districts when these teachers want to be here with our students.
Is this district really recognizing the power of us, or are you wielding the power of you, moving the pieces haphazardly to fit some formula? We implore you to recognize the power of us by seeing teachers and students as more than dollars and cents. We are a transforming force to lead us into the future.
Thank you.
Michael Tell, followed by Joy McCreary. Michael Tell, followed by Joy McCreary.
All right. Good. Right. Good evening, board members. My name is Michael Toe. I'm a special ed teacher at Blair High School and member of the UTP bargaining team. After 10 years of UTP proposing a special ed article, the district finally responded with an MOU, calling it an attempt at collaboration with UTP. Let's put that claim to the test, okay? UTP asked for guaranteed classroom aides, which are currently provided and budgeted for. PUSD's MOU allows one-to-one aides assigned to individual students to count as classroom support in place of a classroom aide. Does that sound conducive to compliance? Nope. Does that sound like collaboration to you? Nope. UTP proposed the guarantee of an IEP compliance period for secondary special ed teachers, which already exists at most sites, but is constantly threatened. The district refused it. Does that sound like collaboration to you? Nope. Okay. PUSD's MOU sets special ed class size maximums excessively beyond what is functional and status quo typical class sizes. Does that sound like collaboration? No. 75% of UTP's proposed special ed article incurs no additional costs, including proposals based on ed code. All was rejected. Does that sound like collaboration to you? No. Okay. Board members, did you sign off on this MOU? Did you provide input on what was proposed? If not, shouldn't you have? Did collaboration happen? Instead of falling behind, PUSD should be leading the way with other districts like LAUSD that already have a special ed article or strong special ed language insurance supports. Instead of moving us backward, the district has an opportunity to do better, to commit to and prioritize special education for our students. The choice is yours. What will you do? Thank you.
Joy McCreary, Julissa Gomez, Annalise Liberto.
My name is Joy McCreary, and I'm a teacher in Pasadena Unified. PUSD runs in my veins. My great-grandma was a lunch lady at Wilson. My grandma, granduncles, mother, uncle, and aunt are all products of PUSD schools. My parents met and fell in love teaching in PUSD. I'm 28 years old. I triple majored. I have 2 master's degrees, and I'm officially a PhD candidate in education. I have 6 years of teaching experience, but only 2 of them are here in PUSD. I've attended every possible training I can to improve my craft. I'm also almost 7 months pregnant with a baby whose due date is May 30th, which I don't think you'll find surprising given that that's about the end of the school year. It does not require a triple major, 2 master's degrees, and almost a PhD to know that I am likely going to be laid off. With a baby on the way, this reality is even more terrifying. With this realization also comes a very deep humbling, because this is something that I should have seen coming. My parents didn't stay in PUSD, and when I told them I wanted to work in PUSD, they cautioned me against it. They warned me that PUSD was a dangerous place to start working because I would not enjoy the job security I so desired, particularly when I wanted to start a family. 30 years ago, they left PUSD for the same reason. I didn't believe them. I believed that in 30 years, since they had worked in PUSD, that the funding management would be better, that student-facing positions would have become the obvious priority, particularly given the knowledge that making cuts to the classroom only causes more hemorrhaging of students, which then exacerbates said funding issues, that the retention of talented young educators such as myself would also be a clear priority, that it would be obvious the last place to make cuts is to teachers, the real people who serve on the front lines and do the work of actually educating students. I'm here today to ask you to prove me right, to show that in 30 years progress has been made and the same concerns are not a reality, that teachers and student-facing staff will be the first to be protected, not the first to be cut. Thank you.
Julissa Gomez.
Good afternoon, Superintendent and board members. My name is Julissa Gomez, and I'm a parent of Catarina San Juan, a first grader at Altadena Arts Magnet. I recently found out, along with other parents on Friday, that the district intends to move Altadena back to its campus from Allendale. Over the weekend, I also learned about the numerous job cuts that would be made to my daughter's school, and particularly the dedicated art teacher, which is important for an arts magnet. To say I'm disappointed in these decisions is putting it lightly. I moved to Altadena chasing the Latino immigrant dream for better access of education and health access and education. 45% of the population is Latino at Altadena Arts Magnet, with many living below or at the poverty line. Moving back to Altadena would only further impact health and financial implications for these families, as 37% of Latino families have no access to health insurance. We chose Altadena Arts Magnet for its arts program, but losing any part of this would greatly impact my child's education. We have already lost days in the classroom, school supplies, and now the thought of losing teachers is too much to bear. In California, the average pupil spend is $19,548 per student. In Pasadena, that district spends about $16,443. These budget cuts will only further put us behind, not to mention that Latino students in California face larger inequities compared to their peers. The elementary school is an opportunity to make these advances, especially through programs like the arts. My daughter will not be a statistic. I am prepared to make the necessary steps to ensure that she propels and succeeds. This district has an opportunity to meet the moment and keep Altadena at Allendale and preserve these positions, such as the art teacher and the intervention specialist.
Annalise Liberto, followed by Elizabeth Nicole Aguilar.
Good evening. My name is Annalise Liberto. That's what I commonly go by here in this district. I've been here for 24 years as an educator and came prior to then since I was born and raised in this town and went to multiple schools here. I come here tonight to ask you to reimagine where cuts can be made that have the least possible impact on students. Dr. Blanco, with utmost respect, I'm going to use some of your very words to frame my request tonight. In the recent PUSD communication sent out on February 24th, you said that there was strength in our resilience, collaboration, and a shared commitment to do our very best for the children in our schools. But with the planned critical cuts impacting campuses, I wonder what you and the board are really communicating. Are you communicating to the students that we intend to force them to prove their resiliency by stripping away the very staff that they have forged relationships with? For some, these individuals may be the most constant and positive adult in their lives, particularly in light of our recent disaster. They might be the most stabilizing force. Are we actually proving collaboration at the bargaining table? Or simply and deplorably turning a blind eye to the multitude of ways PUSD's coffers continue to be drained? If we want this district to truly thrive, we cannot continue to disregard relationships that cannot be replicated. Please communicate to our students, to our families, and to our teachers that you will opt to lessen the burden by keeping our invaluable and irreplaceable staff. Thank you.
Elizabeth Nicole Aguilar, Patricia Almaraz.
Good evening, Board. My name is Elizabeth Nicole Aguilar. I am a product of solely PUSD K-12 schools. I have worked for the PUSD for 8 years, the last 1.5 as a special education teacher for 7th and 8th grade ELA students. In my time working for the PUSD, I witnessed many layoffs. The same is now happening this year. It is not fair to the children who crave stability after experiencing devastating loss to do away with the adults who have grown so invested in their future prosperity. It is not fair to those teachers like me and many others who have to work through our lunch breaks and can't take our conference periods to say, don't expect to have a job next year. The PUSD gives too little with one hand and demands too much with the other. You, the board members, were elected to lead. I urge you all now to lead to the best of your morality. I urge you, all those listening, and I will urge as many PUSD parents as I can to oppose the staff cuts and to support the UTP's negotiation proposals. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Patricia Almaraz. I'm an extensive support needs special ed teacher at Webster. I urge you to cap class sizes for special education and not just for student success, but for safety. Overcrowded classrooms put both students and teachers at risk. Special education requires individualized support, and when classes exceed a safe limit, learning suffers. Behavioral incidents rise and legal liabilities grow. Districts have faced lawsuits for failing to provide safe and supportive environments. By capping class sizes, we protect students, reduce teacher burnout, and prevent costly legal battles. Safety must come first. I urge you to act now before a preventable crisis occurs. Thank you.
Juliet Garvey, followed by Tucker Davis and Nat Y.
I have my notes on my phone. I'm Juliet Garvey, a freshman at Pasadena High School. I'm heavily interested in math, and I hope to someday major in mathematics at a school such as MIT and go on to become an economist. I believe that my speech today is about my high school. I believe that the combination of both Math Academy and App Academy is going to make me a competitive applicant to these colleges because I'll have both the theoretical knowledge of the mathematics necessary and the skills to code programs that can apply that mathematics. Economists make models that involve code, and since it's a central part of the job, I believe having those skills would be advantageous for me. In contrast, the lack of those skills would leave me falling short from the other applicants and would decrease my chances of getting into a competitive college. Now, since these skills are so important, one would think that these skills are tough to learn, and I would have agreed. If you'd asked the Juliet of a year ago, she would have told you there's no way she'd ever be able to learn how to code. She would just have to use the internet. But I stand here before you today knowing JavaScript, and basic HTML and CSS. Part of the reason this learning came so easily is Mr. Maristang's teaching style. He made the learning seem approachable, and the concepts came easily because I was enjoying the class. He both has the knowledge to earn my respect and the respect of my classmates, many of whom are in Math Academy as well as having the pedagogical skills that enabled him to teach even the unruly students in the room. A common issue with advanced kids is that they often outpace the material offered in classes and then feel bored, missing out on other kinds of learning that they might need. But in Mr. Mersing's class, the learning is so interactive that it's impossible to get bored. His excellent behavioral management skills ensure that even the disruptive kids that are playing video games in class, if not on task, are quiet, and they don't disrupt the learning of the other students in the class. As well, if Mr. Mersing is let go and teaching resumes by the other App Academy teacher, Miss Batch, the lack of continuity of learning will hurt the kids in App Academy, because especially like the juniors and the sophomores have spent years forming a connection to Mr. Mersing. So if he leaves, they'll become less interested in the class, and they might miss out on learning. As a student in Math Academy who's also in extracurricular activities like the musical and math club, I'm under a lot of pressure, both at school and at home with the high amounts of homework. Mr. Mersing's class provides a welcome break from that pressure by giving lessons that seem both challenging and entertaining at the same time. I would like Mr. Mersing to stay on because I would like him to continue to be my educator so that I can do well on the AP Computer Science exam and have a better chance of getting into the high standard colleges I want to study mathematics at. And I don't believe I'm the only student that feels this way. I'm sure there are other students from other high schools, other middle schools, and other elementary schools who have the same story about teachers that they love and that they want to have in the next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Tucker Davis, Nat Y, Aileen Johnson.
Does this work? Yeah, all right. Good evening, board members, UTP, esteemed people on my left, excuse me, very hasty. My name is Tucker, and I am a member of the Los Angeles Fire Survivors Committee. We are a community that is still recovering from one of the most devastating fires in modern times. The teachers and the faculty of our schools have shown nothing less than devotion to their profession by coming to work regardless of losing homes, and now asking them to willingly be ready to leave their livelihood behind in education. And as a fellow educator, I simply must stand by them and say, don't ask this of them. There's so much at risk in terms of their livelihood, where they're going after this. And these budget cuts that have been proposed only serves to undercut our education and the collaboration that so many prior to my voice tonight have identified. This, simply put, is an attack on working class families in Pasadena and Altadena. My question for the board is, why further punish them by asking them to go to other districts when so many of them have identified tonight that they have been happy with being here? So again, I want to make sure that my time is not taking up so many who are ready to tell you all their stories. And all I can simply say is, please do not let these budget cuts go. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Nat Yantz. I am also with the Los Angeles Fire Survivors Committee. We are a broad coalition of working class groups in the city trying to build a movement to get survivors of the fire everything that they deserve, full compensation from the city, the state, and the federal government. The fires have devastated working class communities and families. Teachers and students have been displaced, many with no idea when life will get back to normal. Schools are a bastion of support and stability for our students, and disrupting the livelihoods of teachers is nothing less than punishment for our students. Workers in Pasadena have endured enough. Reward them. Don't burden them further. Thank you.
Aileen Johnson, Maureen Noble, Elizabeth Gardner.
PUSD board members and Superintendent Blanco, my name is Eileen Johnson, and I have a third grader and kindergartner that goes to Mary Jackson, or used to go to Mary Jackson Elementary School. With great sadness, we have left the district and we have not returned. These are due to several reasons, including the concerns for safety, shared with the suggestion to return Altadena Arts Magnet to the Calaveras campus. This should not even be a consideration. Thankfully, with emerging evidence and data from several university studies, including USC, one of the things that is certain is that distance from the burn zone matters. I live less than half a mile from Jackson, and although still displaced, we are learning from our neighbors that their homes are testing positive for lead inside and outside. My kindergartner, who like many of her friends, is creative, energetic, and messy. She enjoys playing her favorite game of restaurants with her friends, and the entire menu is made of wood chips, soil, and grass. The idea of her playing that at her schoolyard is frightening. Without the proper testing and knowing what remains, as was highlighted really nicely by our Army Corps of Engineers representative. Sorry. We want to return back to Jackson, our beloved school. My kids love their teachers, Maestra Suarez and Maestra Serna. They're lovely, they're wonderful. But we need a centralized source of information that provides from the district that provides us with how our schools are being made safe, plans to ensure how they remain safe throughout the next few years of debris removal and recovery of our community. We need an evidence-based approach and expert guidance to be laid out. Right now, it's not transparent how the district knows what guidance they are acting on, how the guidance is, where it's coming from, and how we are going to learn that. A lot of hearsay is happening, and we need clear guidance and transparency, please. And for goodness sakes, don't send Altadena Arts Magnet back to their campus. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Noble. I teach 5th grade at Jackson Elementary. And yesterday I was remembering the district-wide PD we were summoned to on January 22nd at PCC. It was the first time we came together after the fire. And I was remembering how Dr. Blanco, in her welcome, had said they hadn't been sure we would show up, and it being so soon after the fires. And on the one hand, this was fair. We had just been through a literal inferno. Our community was reeling. On the other hand, no one should have been surprised, since showing up is what teachers do. We show up at our work sites before the offices open so that we can make copies. We show up when we have migraines because we know we miss a day and somehow the kids are a week behind. During the pandemic, we showed up for virtual learning. After the fires, we showed up at our students' new temporary homes, bringing them basic items like food, clothing, diapers, cash. The day of that PD, the gymnasium couldn't hold us all, because even though many of us had been through a major hardship, we showed up. And every day since, we have continued to show up at our schools, learning new skills, taking on new responsibilities. We have done right by our students. We always answer the call. We always show up. Now, it is time for you to show up for us. Because cutting teachers is a completely counterproductive move. Because it's the right thing to do. And because when word gets out that PUSD does not show up for its teachers, families will stop showing up at our schools. And then we are really gonna be in trouble. Thank you.
Elizabeth Gardner and René González. Yeah, let's switch the order.
All right. I only have 2 minutes, so I'm going to be very direct. You spend $2 million putting portables on Altadena, wasted money. That's irresponsible spending. Right now, you're putting portables in Allendale when you have Roosevelt Elementary with a modernized wing plus the other specialized education. You're still denying that Roosevelt is open. We got Cleveland Children's Center, Longfellow Children's Center, Jefferson Children's Center, and we already corrected this once, but here we go. Special Education Infant and Toddlers Program, not Roosevelt Children's Center. So basically, wasting money in portables when you have empty seats, it's bad governance. Yet you're spending, you're continuing to cater to a ridiculous idea of staff housing. We don't need staff housing to attract and retain teachers. We need to pay them well so they can live wherever they want. They don't want you as the landlord. It's ridiculous. So please, stop catering to special interest circles. Realize that you have Roosevelt, and it's highly needed because the Madison community voted to use that as a modernization site. So stop pretending that that site doesn't exist. The facilities master plan was wrong from the beginning. It omitted the historical value of many sites. It didn't include Roosevelt. So, if DLR and SafeWork, they're vendors that were brought in by the previous administration that has a long history all the way back to John Gundry. Let's not take steps back. We just did a good step moving forward to attract teachers, a very minimum last year, and now it seems like you're completely changing course. Do not do that. You're gonna lose highly qualified teachers and families. Thank you.
Elizabeth Gardner. That is all for public comment. Thank you.
So now we will take
Elizabeth Garner.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Blanco and Pasadena Unified Board staff. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. My name is Elizabeth Gardner, and I have 2 children at Altadena Arts Magnet. I usually don't take the time to come and be vocal, but I heard about the budget cuts, and I thought, what else could they be cutting this year? They've been cutting every year. So when I found out that the budget cuts included the RTI professionals at my children's school, I thought I needed to voice my opinion, or at least say something. I'm concerned. The RTI professional at my children's school is named Miss Roper, and she's been instrumental in helping alleviate a lot of challenges and behavior. She's been instrumental with both of my children. I really appreciate the communication that she gives to me after resolving problems with friends. And basically what I see her do, and I imagine all the other RTI specialists, is they allow children to figure out how to be friends and learn to continue to develop socially, so then they can focus on what they need to focus on in the classroom. I think of the RTI specialists as, at least from the parent perspective, a key oil to keeping all those gears going at school. Otherwise, the children will be there and frustrated during class and won't even be able to focus on what they need to focus on. I'm concerned about that she might not be there next year, and there's no guarantee that there will be somebody hired that would be her substitute, and even then, they wouldn't have the relationships. The person that would be hired in response, probably for lower pay, would still not know the history of the children. They still wouldn't have the confidence of the children. They still wouldn't have they wouldn't have their trust yet. And during this time when my kids, so many of the people at Altadena Arts have been uprooted. Literally, all of my older son's friends, all of his close friends in his classroom have been displaced. We're the only ones that are still in our home. And to take away an RTI teacher when there's so much uprooting just doesn't make sense. It feels like you're kicking a dog when they're already down. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, my card was marked wrong, apparently. So I want to just tell you really quickly, good evening, thank you for...
Excuse me, we need to identify you.
Oh, I'm going to tell you. Yep. My name is Mary Shimazaki. I'm from Longfellow.
There are no more cards for speaking at the beginning of the agenda. All of the remaining cards are at the item.
Okay.
It was marked wrong. Is there a way that she could speak now? She has a card. It was marked at the item, but she wanted...
What is your item?
What is my item? Oh, yeah, the budget cuts.
Full disclosure, I did ask for clarification and for everybody to check at the beginning of the meeting to avoid this. What's your name?
Mary Shimazaki.
Thank you. Mary Shimazaki.
Okay, thank you. So good evening. Thank you for your time. I just want to tell you, I feel like I need to tell you a little bit about myself, so my little resume. I also have a doctorate in education from USC, right on, where I was also nominated for Dissertation of the Year for doing a mixed method study that also focused on social and emotional intelligence. And I've been on an advisory board for studies out of USC as well. And I was lucky enough to have the job at Longfellow as the RTI specialist. And I do understand that there's a need for budget cuts and that they were planned before the fire, but the Eaton fire has undoubtedly traumatized our community, and now we have to pivot. Our response to this crisis will shape the recovery and resilience of our students. By maintaining and enhancing our wellness support in the schools, we will send a clear message that we prioritize the mental and social and emotional well-being of our children. So now more than ever, our schools need the support of wellness teachers and the safe spaces that we create. As of today, I understand that 57 TOSAs will be cut. Additionally, there will be drastic cuts across the entire district, and many of these positions will directly support the welfare of our students. As a wellness teacher, I not only support the students, but also the teachers and the staff. Now there's an increased demand for support, but the budget plan is to eliminate my support. Research shows that teachers' social and emotional well-being directly affects the classroom climate and can mitigate trauma's impact on academic performance. Schools can be a cornerstone for the healing process, but they need to be adequately staffed. These cuts and reorganization will weaken an already compromised teacher morale. I have served for almost 27 years at PUSD. I have been informed that my position will be eliminated, and I will have to reapply for a currently undefined position. And then if I'm not chosen, I get to pick from whatever's made vacant throughout the district. As someone with my experience and someone with my expertise, it makes me feel undervalued. So at our wellness meetings, I'm going to skip part of it because it's beeping at me. At our wellness meetings, we stress community. We are trained on community circles and encouraged to foster community circles in the classrooms. You have always asked us to be leaders for building community at our schools. Today, I ask you to think about our community. Think about all the communities that you have asked us to create, and we did. Think about the unintended consequences that these cuts will have on the community of PUSD's teachers, staff, and the families that are speaking tonight. Community is power. You hold the power. You have the capacity to make the decisions that will affect the lives of so many people. You can change our lives. Make that change.
I made the same mistake. David Navarre. I apologize. I'm new here.
All of these teachers modeling following instructions.
I wasn't here for the instructions. I didn't fit in the room.
Name.
David Navarre.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Navarre. I'm the president of the Mon Valley Teachers Association. I'm here in solidarity with the United Teachers of Pasadena. UTP is not alone in their fight against RIFs. I was outside speaking to one of your elementary school teachers, and she shared how destructive the fires were. You know what else is destructive? RIFs. What else is destructive is the whole process of laying off educators, even if they're not laid off. This community, you know more than I, needs healing, needs stability. There is a way, find a way to make sure that all our educators are here next year. Everyone in this room, everyone in the second room, and everyone in the third room can't wait for you to say there will be no rifts. Thank you and have a great evening.
Now we're going to item I, labor unions.
So good evening, Dr. Blanco, members of the board. I want to give you the UTP labor partner comments. I wanted to also honor the African American History Month, and I'm glad I was able to find that because of African American history is, of course, American history. So I wanted to start with the research corner. So the LCFF surveys have gone around, and since the California adoption of the LCAP, a few consistent trends have popped out as the most beneficial to student outcomes. These 6 things were in that. You can follow the link. You all have a copy of this in your email at learningpolicyinstitute.org. But class size reduction, teacher pay, other counties actually allow the district to use part of LCFF for teacher pay in order to produce teacher retention, guidance counselors, health services, and quality professional development. All of these things are the things that help. If we are spending on other things, I would urge you to reconsider, because these are the things that have been shown across the state of California to help with student outcomes. Students deserve stability. UTP has recommended at the table and in other settings a myriad of ways that we could minimize these layoffs. There was the early notification bonus that we'd done for 2 years, but that was not approved by the district bargaining team. Retraining credentialing opportunities for special education, BCLAD, maybe science, any additional credentials that we do need. This is one of the ways that other districts have managed to keep all of their teachers, proved and track record folks that they've trained in all the systems of our district. Let's find a way to keep our teachers. We've done it with administrators. When we closed the school, we always found a place for those administrators. We can do the same thing with our teachers. Contract services has grown from 40 million to 70 million in 5 years. You can check my math. I have the data. I can show you. In particular, the unrestricted part of that has grown from 10 to 30 during this time. So I just want to be clear that there is definitely the ability to make these cuts away from the classroom. PUSD spending priorities. Don't defund our classrooms. PUSD has $69 million left over in the most recent unaudited actuals report that we just got in September. PUSD provided last year the administrators an 11% raise, which is higher than UTP and many classified staff. PUSD paid a fine for admin to teacher ratio, $90,000 last year, which is the cost of one of these new teachers. PUSD had to get a waiver of $1.3 million for neglecting the classroom in spending priorities, going under the 55% last year. PUSD needs to prioritize the teachers. UTP was the most cut bargaining unit last year, just as it is this year. UTP salaries are barely 30% of PUSD's budget. That is the lowest among our comparable districts. UTP teachers have the lowest guaranteed prep time amongst comparable districts as well. Stability is what our students and our schools deserve. The better way is UTP's class size proposal. Using attrition and strategies in allocating our trained, proven teachers, we consider targeted, thoughtful class size reduction. We reduce class size further where there is room. We enact real class size caps instead of average ratio across the entire school. Many people do not understand that when we say the class size average is 35, that does not mean that all the classes are at 35. It often means it's 45, as several people have shared, 53. Others are perhaps at 18, okay? So class size average ratio is not effective for students. Class size caps is. Solid retirement incentives, retraining options to, like I said, fill critical vacancies like special ed, DLIP, and science. On the special education field, we need to have a fair and predictable support. We need to have appropriate caseloads, as was shared already. We need structured compliance time so that our teachers and our special ed teachers and others can make sure that they maintain compliance. Structured planning time for all of our elementary teachers so that they can engage in meaningful back and forth with the RSP teachers and others who ensure the special education program is happening. More dedicated planning time means higher quality instruction. 75% of the UTP special education proposal that was shared by Michael Toe had zero cost implications. We are asking about doing things more efficiently and effectively. We are not asking for an increase in cost. PUSD rejected the entire special ed article, and that hurts students. On our hours article, teacher autonomy is what we're seeking. Allow our quality instruction to flourish. Please support teacher autonomy by providing, for free, sufficient collaboration time, sufficient planning time, an appropriate balance of instruction and student needs. Focus teacher time on teacher activities. Approve substantial increase in planning time that is free. It allows for better collaboration with our families as well as our teachers being able to get the many things they're asked to do done. Why would you say no to higher quality lessons, family, and teacher satisfaction? There was something shared in some of the communications about us being, that we fixed the problem of our teacher salaries. And I just wanted to point out that our mid-career teachers, that's the line right there. It's hard to read the numbers, but you can zoom in on the version that I sent you. Mid-career teachers are still $6,000 a year below the average. Now that is up $13,000 from 2 years ago. So progress has been made. I do not want to discount that, and I appreciate the collaboration that led to that progress. But please, in our ask, in our salary proposal, we ask you to commit to full pay fairness, especially for that mid-career teacher, once financial conditions improve. That's all we're asking with that request. We put a 0% for this year. We totally understand where we're at as far as these numbers, but it is critical that when the district can afford it, which they have been able to in the past and they will in the future, that they commit to that full pay fairness. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, President Lee, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Blanco, SLT members, and members of the audience. So I have my planned speech this evening. However, I have to make some comments or address some comments that I've heard this evening that sort of gives some bothersome. Speakers come up here to accuse the superintendent and the board to be bending to special interest. However, they come up and continue to speak about one school. I have worked daily with Dr. Blanco and her leadership team on addressing issues within the district. The superintendent and the board does not have the luxury of focusing on one or two schools. They have to address every work site, all employees, and every student. I've seen how hard this has been for Dr. Blanco and her team to take the action that has been necessary to keep the district afloat and still financially sound. So with that, as we try to get back to some normality, we are still plagued with the devastation that PUSD employees, students, and the community have suffered. As I reported earlier, the Teamsters Disaster Relief Fund has provided financial assistance to our members. To date, I have distributed $110,000 worth of money to 40 of our members. I know this is very helpful to many of them, but I wanted to be able to do more and provide some additional help. I believe I have found that organization that can do that. I am currently working with LA Fire Justice. I was introduced to this organization by Brother Teamster Mike Yates, president of the Teamsters Local 665 in San Francisco. He worked with them to help his members that were impacted by the Santa Rosa fire. I attended one of their town halls and was very impressed with the team they have put together and the experts they have hired. I've been referring my members so they can do their own due diligence and decide if they can help them. I would like to quote one of my members from what he said after he signed up with them. We have someone that really cares about us now. I would like to welcome everyone that has been impacted or is helping somebody that's been impacted by the fires to attend one of our 2 town hall meetings that will be presented tomorrow. There will be at 3:30 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. at the Teamsters Local 896 located here at 2050 Lincoln Avenue in Pasadena. All are welcome. Thank you.
Good evening to the board and to the community. I'm Dr. Bernardo. I teach CTE sports medicine at Pasadena High School and have done so for the past 7 years. I'm also the president of the CTE Teachers Union here at Pasadena Unified School District. I'm standing here because, like over 110 other teachers and counselors in the school district, my position is on the RIF, or Reduction in Force list, to be cut for this year. I was very lucky during the recent fires, and though we were close to the evacuation zones, we did not have to evacuate, but so many of our community have either lost everything, homes, family members, pets, places of worship, or have been severely displaced quite recently. And then on top of that, they're also facing cuts to their positions and to the positions of our friends and colleagues. Why must we do this every year? We understand the need every now and then to make cuts to a few positions here or there as necessary, but 117 teacher and counselor positions is fully 10% of our entire number. Didn't the taxpayers of Pasadena just pass 2 measures on the ballot last year that would help pay for, among other things, teacher salaries? Do you remember that when we first formed the CTE union, that CTE teachers got pink slips every single year? A lot of you should remember because a lot of you were here then also, but one of the first things we fought for was stability and security. As a union, we asked CTA Legal to challenge this district's previous antiquated and unnecessary practice of summarily dismissing every CTE teacher in the district every year. Nobody can live like that. Instability means insecurity. We couldn't apply for a mortgage for a house because we didn't know if we'd have a job at the end of the year. But having to face these reduction in force cuts, these RIFs, year after year is exhausting. We have a brand new chief business officer who I am guessing was brought in to fix the mess left by previous departing administration and to bring stability to the district's finances and budget. We understand that it may take a little while to fix, but we absolutely do not agree that this district's budget should be fixed by cutting teachers and counselors. Teacher salaries are barely 30% of the district's entire budget, so cutting 10% of us means you're only saving 3% overall on the entire budget. You have a whole other whopping 70% of the budget to look at and to make cuts to. I'm not a math teacher, but what are you doing? These are people's lives and people's hearts, because teachers as a whole love what they do. So I have my Game of Thrones t-shirt on today to remind you that making these cuts are like waking a sleeping dragon. In High Valyrian, I will remind you, Zaldrizes buzdari ixos daor. A dragon is not a slave. Although you say these cuts are necessary and it's just business, aiming to try to save money, they feel like they are personal. There is increasing anger rising within our teachers, which feels like internal fire rising and building until it might explode, like a spark in a long neglected and disconnected power line, torn free by the wind and sparking alight the entire mountain range and the city of Altadena nestling at its feet. All that's left is for someone to say Dracarys, and the whole district will be on fire, and everyone knows that dragon fire burns hotter than all other kinds of fire. For many of us, this is a career and a calling, and these rifts make us feel like we are expendable. You know that infamous piece of political advice which says, watch what they do, not what they say? Board members, people are watching what you are doing. Voters and taxpayers are watching what you are doing, especially now that they have trusted you again by agreeing to extra taxes on their property. This year, maybe you may get away with some cuts like what happened last year, but this upcoming year and the year after and the year after, we are looking to you, board, and looking to you, Dr. Blanco, and we are looking to you, Mr. Bravo Karimi, to put teachers first and to figure out how not to go through this headache and this heartbreak past this very moment. The time is now, the moment has arrived, the choice is yours. If you say you have no choice, that is incorrect. It means you have chosen otherwise. It means you have not chosen us, which means that anything else you claim you're doing for our students is incomplete at best, and at worst, devastating and traumatic, because you're giving up on the people who take care of them every day. If all of the administrators in this room woke up on Monday to find themselves having to go back into the classroom as teachers, and even more, find themselves back on our teacher's salary schedule, all of you would quit en masse. But we're all here, we are dedicated, and we're going to be here. All you have to do is not cut our positions. Reject the RIFs list and cut money elsewhere. Don't cut our teachers and don't cut our CTE programs. Thank you.
Good evening. I have Stella here who's going to read my comment. Kind of lost my voice for a minute, so she's going to read that for me. Thank you.
We're just going to introduce ourselves for just a moment. I'm Rebecca Pena, Children's Service Assistant, Willard Children's Center.
I'm Lucy Wante, Secretary of CSEA, and I work at Webster Elementary. I'm paraprofessional.
And I'm Stella Franco Allen, and I'm at Octavia E. Butler Magnet, and I'm speaking on behalf of Julio Venegas, President for CSEA, and reading his comments. Good evening, President Hawley, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dr. Blanco. My name is Julio Venegas, and I have the honor of serving as the CSEA President, representing over 400 classified employees within our district. We all know that classified employees are valuable and instrumental to our schools. When parents walk into our campuses, we are the first faces they see, the face of the district. We are the ones who ensure that schools run smoothly, that students are safe, and that learning environments are clean, organized, and welcoming. Classified employees wear many hats. We are the office staff, instructional aides, food service workers, bus drivers, student advocates, at times custodians, the people that step in when needed, and so much more. Classified employees are a valuable component to the daily operations of our schools. Without classified employees, our schools would come to a halt. Don't discount us. Cutting classified employees is not just a budget decision, it's a decision that directly impacts our students, our staff, and the quality of education in this district. Every position eliminated puts more strain on the employees who remain, making it harder to provide the level of support and service that our schools and students deserve. We urge you to reconsider any reductions to classified staff and to recognize the valuable role we play in keeping this district running. Investing in classified employees is investing in the success of our students and the future of our schools. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Board President Hawley, board members, Dr. Blanco, Cabinet. My name is Brian Stanley, President of the Association of Pasadena School Administrators. And we'll keep this short. We do want to extend our sincere gratitude to all the certificated and classified partners within PUSD and the broader community for working together as we have navigated the many challenges over the past few months. From the devastation of the Eaton fire, adjusting to new federal guidelines, and navigating important decisions regarding the financial health of the district. We do not want the heroic efforts of our Maintenance and Operations Department to go unnoticed. They have played a heroic role in the reopening of schools and since maintained a high level of responsiveness and quality of service across the district. Their ongoing efforts include facility repairs, installations, electrical upgrades, maintenance, as well as supporting the technical needs to ensure our All-Star Musical could go on after being rescheduled. We invite you to join us this weekend for the All-Star Musical presented at Pasadena High School in association with the Pasadena Playhouse. And you can visit pusd.us/All-Star Musical for more information. Had to put that plug in. We also understand that the difficult times are not yet past us. The financial health of the district is necessary for us to recover and rebuild. It is extremely painful to see the reductions being proposed, though we understand the necessity to establish fiscal stability. This pain is amplified by the timing of our local crisis, but we do appreciate the board and leadership for navigating, considering very difficult decisions to ensure solvency. In light of these difficult times, we are proud that our own Dr. Blanco has been recognized across Region 15, which includes 23 school districts in LA County, for her steady leadership. And for such reasons, she has been awarded the Superintendent of the Year for Region 15. It is said that a good leader has integrity, is accountable, listens, and is resilient. Dr. Blanco exhibits and models all these behaviors. Dr. Blanco, we continue to advocate for what is best in the interest of students and ever remain true to that conviction. As APSA, we stand behind you throughout this crisis and the difficult decisions that must be made as we face significant budget deficit. Thank you for your steadfast commitment to PUSD.
Okay. Staff presentation. Update on facilities and bond work. Mr. Bravo Karimi.
Good evening, Saman Bravo Karimi, CBO of Pasadena Unified School District. This is an update on facilities as well as on the bond program, and of particular interest because of the impact of the Eaton fires. So I'm going to talk about relocation updates for the different school communities that relocated since the fire, as well as provide an update on our bond program and any updates to our timeline. So first, an update on relocated PUSD and charter schools. You'll see information that we've provided previously at previous board meetings, but you'll see The Elliott's Art Magnet was co-located now at McKinley, and that was as of January 30th. Altadena Arts Magnet moved to the Allendale campus also as of January 30th. Early childhood offices and pre-K classes were moved from Cleveland to the Webster and Jefferson Children's Center campuses, also as of January 30th, and this was in order to free up space for Avison School of Leaders. Avison School of Leaders from the Noyes campus, which tragically sustained very substantial damage in the fire. They have already opened at Cleveland as of February 18th, and they are also soon to move to the additional classrooms that were offered at the Washington campus. Odyssey Charter Schools have opened at private locations, and then Rosebud Academy co-located at Don Benito, and they started school with students on February 11th. So obviously there was a lot of work needed to be done to move the existing uses of those spaces, a lot of impact on existing staff and uses of those spaces, but we were able to get it done as quickly as possible and as safely as possible so that all students, whether PUSD or charter, were able to get back in front of their teachers and staff and colleagues as quickly as possible. Update on Altadena Arts Magnet. So as I said, they were relocated to the Allendale campus. So cleaning and remediation at the home campus at Altadena Arts Magnet is currently in process. It's expected to be completed by the 28th. And environmental testing, just like at all of the other campuses, we expect to be finished by early March. The goal is for Altadena Arts Magnet to move back to its home campus by the beginning of next school year. Portables at the Allendale site are on track to arrive in the coming weeks, we hope very, very soon, creating more space to accommodate Altadena Arts Magnet's needs. So because of limited space, limited availability, obviously the schools that are relocated are currently have access to less space than they had before the fire. And so we are working to install portables at many of those locations to provide additional learning spaces for our students. Elliott Arts, which is across the street now, co-located with McKinley. That co-location will continue through next school year. 10 portables are arriving also in the coming weeks to create additional classroom space at McKinley for Elliott students. With respect to the bond program, the projects that are on schedule are listed here. So we have several restroom renovation and utility upgrades projects that were previously scheduled to start this summer and are starting this summer as previously scheduled. Marshall, restroom, athletic field, water, sewer, storm drainage, electrical service upgrades also starting on schedule this summer. Longfellow Elementary School campus modernization also starting this summer. And John Muir High School modernization project to its gym complex, aquatics, athletic field, parking, and restrooms also on schedule to start this summer. There is, however, a delay in some other of the previously planned bond projects. So one of the campuses that had substantial damage due to the fire is the Franklin campus. It destroyed the cafetorium as well as the administration building, and so there was a very significant impact on the utilities at the Franklin campus. After assessing the site, it's been determined that Franklin will not be ready to be used as a swing space for next school year as previously planned. So if you remember, Madison was going to move to Franklin as a swing space during next school year while Madison was modernized. But because of the damage to the Franklin campus, principally because of the damage to the utilities, that campus will not be able to host any schools as a swing space next school year. So the Madison modernization project is delayed by 1 year while we can address the issues at Franklin. And there's a domino effect. So Franklin was also planned to be used as the swing space for Webster after Madison. And so Webster's modernization project, which was slated to start a year after Madison's, is now also delayed by 1 year. So Madison and San Rafael will be the two projects where their modernization will start in June of 2026. So San Rafael, based on the previous schedule, but Madison, again, 1 year delayed because of the impact of the fires at Franklin. Any questions?
public comment. Let's do that first.
We have Michael Rothschild, followed by Laura Siahan and Carrie Bradley.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Mike Rothschild. We have a 5th and 3rd grader who have both been at Altadena Arts Magnet since kindergarten. As we face the choice of whether to potentially send our 3rd grader Henry back to the AAM campus while Phase 2 debris removal is ongoing, we realize that the district is in an impossible situation. But so are the children, who have no agency over where they will go to school. While it's our choice, they're children and they have opinions. When we explained to Henry 2 nights ago that we were submitting for open enrollment because the district is planning to send AAM back to Altadena in August, he immediately shook his head with panic in his eyes and told us, quote, "I do not want to be somewhere where burned stuff is all around us." He knows that as much as he loves AAM, it's not safe until debris removal is done. And despite the heroic efforts of the Army Corps of Engineers, nobody knows when that will be. So the safest choice, both physically and mentally, for our children is for AAM to stay at Allendale for the entire 2025-2026 school year. We would rather stay in our temporary new home for a whole school year than either ask our students and teachers to take an unacceptable health risk or uproot the school halfway through a second year when there are still so many unknowns and possible traumas related to going back to school in a burn zone. Thank you.
I have some handouts. Hello, my name is Laura Siahan, and I'm the parent of a 3rd grader and a kindergartner at Altadena Arts Magnet School. I'm also a data scientist at JPL, and I've been collecting some data that I would like to share today. We are fortunate that Altadena Arts was not destroyed by the fire, yet we are in the unique position that it is surrounded on all 4 sides with burned properties, and at least 75 burned structures are within a 250-yard distance of the school, and all of them are still awaiting Phase 2 debris removal. I created an intent to return survey, and we have 121 Altadena Arts families who responded to my survey, representing 160 children. A key takeaway is that 92% of families would not send their children back to the original Altadena Arts school site on Calaveras site in August of 2025 if Phase 2 debris removal is not complete, with 82% of families making that decision dependent on the Phase 2 debris removal status. So specifically, 45% of families would only send their children back if Phase 2 debris removal is complete within that 250 yards of the school, and another 37% would only send their children back if Phase 2 debris removal is complete in all of Altadena. This is in contrast to 7% of families that would not send their children back if Altadena Arts remains at Allendale for the next school year. We also asked where people would send their children, and 55% of families would plan to enroll their children outside of PUSD. Most of us are displaced or have lost their homes, so we live in other school districts now. We are choosing to send our kids to PUSD because we love Altadena Arts Magnet, but we won't make that choice if it means the safety of our kids is at risk. So our family's house, Altadena House, did burn down in the Eaton fire, and we now live in Arcadia. We would very much like our 2 children to remain at Altadena Arts, but their safety is more important. Specifically, if Altadena Arts returns to the original Calaveras site before all of the surrounding properties complete Phase 2, including along a reasonable path to drive to the school so we're not traumatizing our children every day,
We don't take our kids to see the burned areas. My 5-year-old cried at the thought of seeing our burned down house. We can't take her past a burned down property, any burned down properties, to go to school. That's just not humane.
Thank you.
We will make our decision to move to the Arcadia Unified School District if we do not keep the kids safely at Allendale for another year.
Carrie Bradley, Jesse Dahlstrom, Molly Dodge.
Hello, PUSD board members and superintendent. My name is Carrie Brady, and I'm a parent of a kindergartner at the in the French DLP at Altadena Arts Magnet. I'm here to speak about my disappointment that AAM is even being considered to return to campus before phase 2 debris removal is complete. Just because our building was not touched by direct flames does not mean that the school was quote unquote not touched by the fire as communicated in superintendent's email that came on Friday. As you've heard other people mention tonight, there are almost 100 homes burned within 250 yards on all 4 sides of the campus. Not to mention that the drive to get to the campus would require students and families to go through the entire burn zone, essentially. And I'd like for you to close your eyes and imagine 4 to 11-year-olds looking out their car window on a commute to school and not seeing a regular commute through green neighborhoods, but a landscape of burnt down homes and burnt down buildings, loss, devastation, right? These are people, there are people here tonight that will cover the environmental safety part, but I want to urge you to consider their mental health. How do you think they're going to feel about going to school every day if that's what they have to endure, right? How do you think that will affect attendance also if these kids don't want to go to school? Do you think parents are going to want to send them to school if they're feeling like this way mentally? Are you going to be able to actually teach children who are in this mental state at school? We're currently displaced, as a massive percentage of families are at AAM. One of our surveys reporting 90% displacement and 30% with total home loss. We now live in Highland Park, in LA Unified School District. I, like many others, want you to understand that we have options and are prepared to enroll in a different school district should the PUSD board commit to keeping Altadena Arts Magnet at Allendale through August 2026. That must be a commitment for us to re-enroll and to stay in PUSD. To give the Eaton Fire Phase 2 cleanup adequate time to complete. I also feel like it's important to note that according to the Hawaii Department of Education, after the fire that ravaged through Lahaina in 2023, only 72% of students returned to that school district. We love our school. We really love our school. We were willing to commute to the Allendale location because it's safe and our kids need their community. But we will not trade the right to a safe and stable education, in order to do that. So we will not make the commute to the Calaveras campus, should that be the place that we return to in August of 2025. Thank you.
Jesse Dalton. Dahlstrom.
Hello, board. I'm Jessie Dahlstrom, and I'm the PTA president at Longfellow Elementary. It's nice to see you all again. I first want to extend my gratitude for your work so far coming alongside families after our community suffered so much loss. I know that many of you and many school site employees have been working around the clock to get our students back to school. With that being said, I wanted to come share that while I will not officially speak on behalf of the Longfellow PTA, many parents in the Longfellow community that are my friends and family have expressed the sentiment that we would like Altadena Arts to be the priority when it comes to using the Allendale campus through the next school year. I would also urge the board to go back to the drawing board and try to think again about how you can complete Measure O projects and house school communities that have been impacted by the Eaton fire. In all of the upset last year about temporarily relocating to Allendale, a decision I still do not understand, seeing how difficult it is for a school of our size to inhabit such an inadequate campus, I would hope that we as a district could humble ourselves enough to step back and say, maybe we need to readjust to meet the needs of our students and teachers. One thing I hope that you learned through the process of Longfellow last year was how much worse things are with a lack of transparency. We are not unaware parents. We know that there are a lot of options around Pasadena. We desperately want to be brought into the process of decision making because after all, we are the ones impacted by these decisions in the day-to-day. Thank you.
Good evening, President Hawley, Superintendent Dr. Blanco. My name is Molly Dodge. I am a parent of a 4th grader and a 1st grader at Altadena Arts Magnet. My daughter's 4th grade class, we experienced our teacher losing her home, as well as 21 out of 27 students. Please consider this comment I'm making now and my written request that I've just passed out to agendize a resolution that I've just shared with you. The safe return to Altadena Arts Magnet School after the completion of Phase 2 cleanup as an action item for the March 27th board meeting, or as soon as possible. According to Board Bylaw 9322, any board member or member of the public may request that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on the agenda of a regular meeting. Altadena Arts Magnet School is the only PUSD school not destroyed by the Eden Fire, yet surrounded by burned structures and properties on all 4 sides. The grave and numerous health hazards of living within or attending school within such an environment is known and acknowledged by Pasadena Public Health Department, Los Angeles County Health Department, and the Centers for Disease Control. The details of this resolution include that in collaboration with LA County health officials and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, PUSD will provide an implementation plan and timeline to be posted on the district website for ensuring completion of Phase 2 cleanup within 250 yards of Altadena Arts Magnet before the reopening of the school. It also details testing data be transparently available and that Altadena continue occupancy at Allendale campus until such time. Thank you for championing the health, well-being, and education of our children. I appreciate the challenges that you have faced during this crisis and your leadership throughout. Thank you.
Alice Constance Baker, Delhi Reyes, and Rene Gonzalez.
Hi, board members, Dr. Blanco. My name is Alice Constance Baker. I have 2 children at Altadena Arts Magnet. I know that ultimately we're all working toward the same goal of having our children in a safe and stable learning environment. We need a guarantee from the school board that the Altadena campus will not reopen to students until the completion of the Phase 2 cleanup and only when testing for heavy metals, asbestos, soot, and ash have been completed. As we heard from the Army Corps of Engineers at the start of the meeting, cleanup is not expected to be completed until January 2026, and we have no known order of when the cleanup is going to happen. We want to remain at the Allendale campus for the 2025-26 school year to guarantee that these conditions can be met and to create the least possible additional disruption for our students. The LA County Public Health Department has put out a clear statement that individuals residing within 250 yards of a single burnt structure or parcel may face an increased risk of exposure to hazardous substances from ash, soot, and fire debris before the completion of the full Phase 2 cleanup. Exposure to these materials may lead to physical health symptoms and may pose long-term health impacts. Now, there are at least 75 burned structures within 250 yards of the Altadena campus on all sides. I will remove my children from Altadena Arts Magnet if the school is moved back to Altadena before the completion of the Phase 2 cleanup. And I also wanted to add that we desperately need Ms. Roper, our RTI teacher, and Ms. Gould, our full-time arts teacher, to remain with our school. They are vital in the emotional recovery of our students who have experienced a trauma we could never have imagined. 100% of our children lost their school stability this year. 90% of our families have been displaced by the fire, and 30% of our families have lost their homes based on respondents to a school-wide survey. We don't know if those numbers possibly would go up. I imagine the number of families who've lost their home is more than 30% based on everything I've been hearing. We need these teachers for the emotional stability and support of our kids now more than ever before. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Deli Reyes. I'm a Mexican, a Latina family in Altadena Arts, and I have a child in 4th grade and another in 2nd grade, also in the French program. So practically my children are trilingual by now. The Dayton fire deeply impacted my family. We had to evacuate in the middle of the night. I'm waking up my children to get out of the house. And now we have to choose also to change them from their school. I don't think this is going to be helpful for them. And you're taking away their teachers, their RTI teachers, their art teachers that are significantly helpful for them to express their feeling, to have someone to listen to them. Because as you know, even as an adult, it's hard for us to express our feelings. Children are having more difficult to express their feelings with people that they don't even know. So we're asking to please don't take us back to Altadena until phase 2 is clean and is finished and until the testing is done. We had to go back to our home because we don't have the money to go and look for another house far away from here because we want to stay with Altadena Arts. So we had to make a difficult decision for my family to stay here because as other families are staying, we don't have the budget to go and pay for private or for something else. I really feel so disappointed of you. And as Dr. Blanco said in the other meeting that she likes to talk with honesty, I'm also like that. I prefer to say things in front of you than talking in your back. And I feel that you guys are talking in our backs, like saying that you are really working to help us, but I don't see that. That you're taking away teachers. You're not helping our students. So do you really care for them? Because if you don't help us and decide to let us be in Allendale for another school year, I will also have to change my children from PUSD board district. Sorry. Thank you.
So, what do we want that? Wait. Oh, okay.
Thank you. So as you can see, the culture and climate is not getting any better with your leadership. And so to say that some prioritized modernizations need to be delayed, to me that's a very poor judgment and very lack of leadership. You have many sites where you can place the Madison student body, especially Roosevelt, which is within the walking distance of this community. And so to give priority to other things other than the students and the modernization of Madison and just delay it, without even, what a lack of talent. I'm sorry, but, you can do better than that. I don't know how much you get paid, but I think I could come up with 10 ideas. But the thing is that your actions demonstrate that you are just a puppet, that you're here receiving orders from special circles. So please don't say that it needs to be delayed. Give the reasons, show the community, open up the forums, listen to the community. Do not just say it's going to be delayed. It doesn't have to be like that. The people trusted, thinking that voting yes, it was going to make a lot of things done. And your actions right now are demonstrating that you're not putting the students, especially the special needs students, first. So you have a campus empty sitting in Roosevelt, and I don't hear anybody talking about it. It's like it's a forbidden word. So the public is looking at this, and the facilities master plan that we have right now, it's obsolete given the situation, the current situation. A brand new emergency facility master plan should be contemplated, bringing every single facility to the conversation, in contrast to what was done by DLR. Stop catering to the special interest groups. Put the children and teachers first. Thank you.
Okay, so that's it for comments on here. Do we want to have a discussion? questions for Mr. Bravo Karimi? Okay. Ms. Fredericks?
I have 5 questions, so please be patient. So there were a couple comments about the revisiting the 5-year bond plan, and what I received via email is people think that the board made these decisions, like post-fire decisions of this is how we're changing our 5-year plan, delaying this school and delaying that school. So I just want to make clear that the board never made that decision. This is just the staff's presentation since the fire of what they think should be done. So I just want to make that clear.
Yes.
We never made that.
Comment from the superintendent.
The staff is showing you what can still be carried out in the 5-year bond plan. So based on the fire, this is a plan that you already approved, and I'm not saying that you can't change your plan, but we're showing you what's still possible,
Okay,
like a
so
status
possible.
update.
So I just want to be clear that I never made a decision on the exact timeline of the changes, but what is possible, that's fine. Thank you, Dr. Blanco, for clarity. So I guess there's a question of I think we should meet again as the board to revisit the 5-year bond plan. So is there a plan to have that meeting as a board? Because I feel like this is a major 5-year plan that we want to make sure everyone
I don't think we've
chance
had
to weigh
any
in.
requests from the full board to revisit the 5-year bond plan. So we're giving you a status update on the plan you've already approved. This is where we're at. This is what will be delayed. There's many summer projects and safety projects that we're planning on doing this summer. So I guess if it's the consensus of the board to revisit the plan, you have to understand those will also be halted.
Okay. And then for PUSD schools that reside in Altadena, which local and state health agencies govern the health and safety standards for air quality of those schools and the surrounding community?
So it depends on the jurisdiction. For schools in Altadena, because they are unincorporated and part of LA County, it's LA County Public Health.
Okay, so LA County, all right. What is the estimation of the completion of phase 2 cleanup? I think we already heard from public comment, the Army Corps of Engineers, January 2026. Can you confirm or have any other information or?
No,
okay.
no, but we have requested formally as well as informally since we began the debris removal work at our own campuses that the areas surrounding our schools be prioritized for debris removal. Mm-hmm. We've also requested advanced notification of any debris removal that's happening near our schools. And so the Army Corps has been extremely helpful. Of course, as you know, our own burn sites were prioritized. They were among the first, if not the first, burned by the Eaton Fire to have the debris removed. And we've been working with them and coordinating with them from the beginning. And so as I mentioned, we have requested prioritization for all the burned structures surrounding our schools or near our schools.
So the request was made, but did we get a response to the request? Anything?
Nothing formal, but I think there's a commitment to prioritize the needs of.
Because my understanding
students.
is there's like a formal application that individual homes have to apply for.
That's exactly right.
Cleanup,
So it's part of it is exactly part of it is outside of our control. The Army Corps cannot remove debris from a property where they've not received permission or a right of entry from the property owner, and so. Within those constraints, to the extent they received right of entry permission from a property owner, then we have requested that those be prioritized, to be done first or fastest.
Okay, that makes sense. And then if for some reason we did not reopen Altadena Arts Magnet at the start of or in the middle of 2025-26, where would the students of Altadena Arts be housed?
Sorry, I'm not.
If we didn't put them back into Altadena,
They will
Calaveras?
remain at they would remain at Allendale. So I want to clarify that we are not suggesting to put any students in areas that are not safe for the students, and we are collaborating with the LA County Public Health, the Army Corps. We did invite them to come and make a public comment this evening because we wanted the community to be updated on their collaboration. So this is the context as we know it, and maybe I made a mistake in sending the letters out to the communities about what we were going to present this evening, because I didn't want them to see it posted on the board agenda and not know that that was going to be the discussion. But safety remains the priority for the district. This is the context as we know it today, with the expectation that it would be cleaned up, but we're not sure exactly what's going to happen, and context can change. So this was a bond status update. We wanted to be sure the community knew that this was going to be on the agenda this evening.
So thank you for that clarification. Just the final question for Dr. Blanco. So are you saying that phase 2 cleanup is a requirement for reopening? Can you speak to that?
I can't speak to that because I think I have to be able to know from the health department what they're recommending. We are also having our Pasadena Health Department check with LA County Public Health. They made that statement on 2/11, and we're aware of what it said, and we want more clarification from them on exactly what that means. Obviously it didn't specify anything to schools, but we definitely, I want to reiterate, we would never put children in a situation that wasn't safe for them to be there.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I actually have a quick question. I was wondering how it would be considered safe for kids to return to the campus in 2025 if the expected date of phase 2 completion was January of 2026.
So the expected completion was the expected completion of all debris removal across the burn areas. And so, as I mentioned, we've requested prioritization for the burn structures that are nearest to all of our campuses, not just Altadena Elementary, but that was the one that we highlighted in our formal request. And as Dr. Blanco mentioned, we're in regular contact with LA County Public Health. And I even brought up, I read that same health advisory, and I found it confusing as well about being within 250 yards. And so I mentioned that. I said, this is confusing to our community. It's confusing to me. What does this mean? Is it unsafe to have any schools open within 250 yards of burned debris? And public health said no, that's not the case. We have to put out these advisories. There is always an inherent risk, and that's something that we're mindful of. But we continue to coordinate and consult with public health to ensure that if there is any imminent danger to any of our students, that we act immediately.
Okay. And then one other thing that I was wondering is, you were talking about, specific houses, if property owners didn't want debris taken away from their houses yet, what if there were property owners within 250 yards that didn't want debris taken away? Does that stop students from returning, since there would be debris within 250 yards?
No, so that health advisory was not to require any school or any residents from not opening within 250 yards. It was about the inherent risks of proximity to certain contaminants. And so that we clarified that, because we had the same questions. We clarified that was not an order to keep schools closed that are within 250 yards. But there are going to be some property owners, for whatever reason, that are not going to opt for the Army Corps to remove the debris. Maybe they're going to hire their own contractors. We don't ultimately won't know why they may decide not to have Army Corps do it. But we are asking for those that have submitted the permission to be prioritized.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Velasquez.
I would like to first talk about when I first joined the board, I I came increasingly frustrated with the level of communication that PUSD had with families. And I have been very critical about that consistently. However, when it comes to the safety after the great crisis that we've experienced, I have to give credit to the team and the leadership of Dr. Blanco. There is a website. If you haven't been, I encourage you to go to. In our website, there is an entire section that speaks about safety, all of the tests that have been done to each one of our campuses, and the information is there, as well as all of the information that we have about the air quality, soil, everything, every piece of information that this district has about safety and everything related to the Eaton fire has been available to everyone consistently. While I understand that that information may not be sufficient or appropriate for each individual, a clear and consistent effort for transparency has been made. And that is a very important distinction, because we're working here in a relationship of trust. And I'm not saying that you're going to agree with the information that is provided. I'm saying that the district has consistently made available all the information that we have with everybody. And I think that that is a very important place of departure to have this conversation, because I recognize that there are different comfort levels and concerns, and I am also sensitive to the great difficulties that this community has experienced. But at this time, from my personal evaluation, I am very grateful to the district, to the facilities team, and to every single person that has been working in this particular area, from gardeners to painters to locksmiths to everybody, for their continuous work and transparency again during the process. I also want to recognize the effort of being transparent in the way that we communicate information. Because this conversation, we're not having it in May, we're not having it in June, we're not having it in August. We're having it in February, right? And so, again, my point here has to do about process, because this is a different PUSD. When I campaign, I'm not even sure that I'm supposed to say this, but when I campaign in support of the parcel and the bond, I was very specific about how those two were going to be impacted within the context of our existing and current environment. They were not going to change our environment, they were going to contribute to our existing environment. And again, I just want to say that I understand the need and the urgency and the anxiety about making decisions that are good and healthy for your family. And I respect that. And I think that the best way to do that is by having all of the information that you need to make the best decisions for your family.
Mr. Harden.
I do want to second Dr. Velasquez's sentiments about the the quality of all of the, well, and the fidelity of all of the care that has gone into getting kids back and getting kids as safely as possible back to school. I think it seems to me that there are some, there's some blockers that, are the timeliness of our 5-year plan depends on having 2 swing space sites. Right now, we're trying to do the best we can with the Allendale site and managing that. We mentioned Franklin as a potential location to restore. And this may be, again, too early to answer this question, but do we feel fairly confident that Franklin by the start of, what would that be, 26, 27, would be an acceptable, safe site to receive a second swinging school?
Yes.
Okay. And, we're going to have to deal with similar concerns, I think, at that time, because, again, Franklin is in an area that's got significant destruction around it. So these types of concerns of safety and giving families a level of comfort that their children will be in a reasonably stable environment, we're going to have to be dealing with that at that location as well. So it seems like whatever additional benchmarks or tests or evaluations that can be done over time to say this site is continually measuring within an acceptable limit, whatever those tests may be, might be helpful to those communities to make those personal choices.
So one of the things that I'm very hopeful for is that things will be cleared up much quicker than we were originally told. And the reason I feel that way is they were able to clean up all of our sites, completely clean within 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, and take all of the debris away. I know the area is dependent upon right of ownership being signed, and we are encouraging and putting that information out there to our families so that they can do that as quickly as possible. So our intent is not, as I said earlier, to put anyone in an unsafe place, but they did a phenomenal job of cleaning up our schools that have been destroyed. The only one that is still not cleaned is Elliott because it's a little bit more complicated of a property. So we're basing this status report on the fact that we really believe things will be cleaned very quickly.
Anybody else have a comment? Ms. Kenny.
I want to echo as well that I'm glad we're having this conversation now. I know people were wondering what was going to be happening, and everyone needs to be able to plan. I think we don't want to drag our decisions out because, again, people need to be able to react. And so, unfortunately, I think that puts us in the position of maybe making decisions without complete information because while we have requested that phase 2 get done, as someone mentioned, people can opt out of having the Army Corps of Engineers do the cleanup, and they can hire their own contractor. And I think, at least from what I've seen in different places on social media, some people are very doubtful that they'll be able to get that done quickly, that they'll be able to find someone who's qualified and passes whatever test the state makes them do to be able to do that. So I guess I want to confirm first that Altadena is not moving back to the Calaveras site until the new school year. They're not moving back in April or May or June. Okay, so
that's right.
This would be for the next school year. I do think we're going to have to pick one of those as a district. And I don't know that we can say we won't move back until phase 2 is done without phase 2 knowing when it's going to be done or having to move in the middle of the school year. So I think we have to either say, yes, they will definitely go back, and know that parents will have to make decisions based on that uncertainty, which might lead them to leave our district, or we'll have to say, no, they can stay at Allendale for another year. So I encourage us to be very distinct about which of those we're going to choose, knowing that there's that much uncertainty. I do want to echo what I think I heard Ms. Frederick say is we put together a 5-year master plan at a certain point in time when we didn't even have Measure R. And now we have Measure R. So at the time that we agreed to our 5-year bond plan, we said, these are the schools who will be able to get full modernization, and these are the schools who will just have to get smaller amounts of work done, restrooms, utilities. Now we're in a position to not have to do those schools twice, potentially, but we haven't had any of those kinds of conversations. So even just the addition of Measure R would make it seem that it would be wise of us to take a pause, a short pause, and at least say, wait a minute, does this change our plans? Is there a way to spend this money in the most efficient way for the taxpayers by taking, like I said, a minute and maybe thinking about things? Now we have the fire. So first Measure R, and now we have the fire, which does change things considerably in our district. And the one other piece of information we won't have until fall is how many students will be with us and at what grade levels and at what schools will they choose. I mean, we don't have enough information to really make some longer term decisions. And I do feel, and I said this all to you before, that when we spend this taxpayer money that they will be paying back for 30 years, it should be based on some kind of long-term vision for our district and not something in the moment. So, I mean, we know that we're getting closer to the end of the Jefferson lease, which, as we talked about last year, it's physically closer to other sites that need to be upgraded. It's larger than Allendale. And so I feel that there is enough change in our situation to make revisiting master planning. I mean, we need to master plan for Measure R regardless. That's not, I hope we want to make a plan. How much was it again? 900 million? We should have a plan for that. But to incorporate it into the changed circumstances. I know we're moving ahead with the staff housing. I believe that Roosevelt will be sitting empty for one more year before we can break ground there. I don't know how. We have a portfolio of what we have, what we don't have anymore, what we can expect, when things can come back online and things. So I hope we can spend a little more time on that master planning.
Okay. The superintendent, Ms. Fredericks, Ms. Bond-Smith, and then I have something to say. Thank you.
I just want to be very clear for the public. The Roosevelt site is partially an entitlement, and should the board say to stop that for any reason or use it for something else, it would take a year to prepare it for students to be able to inhabit it. So that's why that's really not a viable option, and we're approximating $1 million to fix up the swing space wherever it is. It wouldn't make sense to put money into a swing space that we were going to tear down, the next year. So that's why that's not really a viable option unless the board decides to do that. The Jefferson site, if we told the city they had to move out tomorrow, which is not possible because we have to give them a notice and they have a library there, would also take a year to fix up to be able to be inhabited. So we have investigated some of these ideas that you're bringing up this evening, but I just want to be very clear that each of those would delay projects for a year or longer, which is a possibility if you decide to do a reset. But that's information I think is important for the public to understand.
So I don't know when this is appropriate for Board President Holly, but calling for consensus on just a follow-up on Trustee Kenny's revisiting idea to have a special meeting, maybe a study session. So I'd like to offer that idea. We can call a consensus now or at the end of the meeting.
No, this is a presentation. We're going to move forward with the questions and move on with our agenda. We're already an hour late.
So end of the meeting would be great. Thank you.
Not a question really, but I just wanted to echo what Dr. Blanco was saying about how amazing it is how clean our school sites are getting, ones that were affected by the fire. While there is still a lot of work to be done in terms of debris removal and stuff, I don't know how many people have gotten the chance to go up to Altadena, but I have seen the Noise Campus, which is ASL right now, and it's truly amazing how much work they have done already.
I have a question, but also there's an issue about process. Did we close open comment? Because after we closed public comment, another card came in. But I don't know. It's one person. The card came after we ended it. So, well, think about it while I ask my question. My question is, I'm sorry, and I put you in this position. Can you walk me through all the different stages between ordering portable and habitating a portable? So we express order them, but they take some time in arriving. What other steps happen after?
So as you mentioned, the facilities team immediately after the fire reserved as many portables as we could, knowing that there would likely be a need. And so generally speaking, there's a lot of site work necessary for path of travel. We still have to comply with the rules of Americans with Disabilities Act, electrical connections, plumbing connections to the extent those are necessary. And so that's kind of the first step. So the site work. After that, the actual placement and the connecting of the portables is actually relatively quick. There are a lot of expedited processes made available to us, in part because of the fire. And so we're able to get this done more quickly than is typical.
Thank you. I know that there's a lot of people in overcrowded situations waiting, so I wanted to be sympathetic to that situation, but it is useful to walk us through the process and what are the steps once they arrive. Thank you. So, decision?
Hang on. We're going to go do Patrice, Michelle, me, and then the public comment. We'll move on.
Yes, you're on, Ms. Patrice.
I'm willing to yield to the public comment if that's okay with our colleagues, and then you can come back to me if that's...
Point of order.
We're going to hear Michelle.
Well, Patrice, if you have a comment, go ahead and make your comment because the board is still making comments right now. We're not done.
Okay. First, I also want to underscore Dr. Velasquez's comments about the culture shift that we have experienced with the practice of proactive communication, consistent communication, and very thoughtful efforts to share information. I think that the district, kudos to Dr. Blanco and the leadership team for making tremendous strides in that area. I think that the transparency that's been demonstrated is really to be commended. I think that all of us are in a situation where we are trying to navigate a very difficult situation that is not ideal, and with what we know and the decisions that we are being asked to make, none of this is easy and none of this is going to be perfect. I will share that I have taken every effort that I have had at community meetings to talk with Colonel Swenson of the Army Corps of Engineers and his team And they have been absolutely amazing in terms of exhibiting a tremendous amount of compassion, a tremendous amount of care, and a tremendous commitment to completing debris removal in the most expeditious way, but also in the safest way possible. They have also expressed that they have received a significant number of right of entry forms from residents, given how short the application window has been open. So they're optimistic that while they have a proposed timeline available for the completion of debris removal, they expect to have that removal completed ahead of that schedule. And they are very careful to manage expectations, to underpromise and hope with all of their might they can over-deliver on being able to meet expectations. So that said, I do believe that the superintendent and her leadership team are doing the very same thing in terms of how we are trying to manage what our plans are in terms of remediating campuses, providing a path forward to returning families to Altadena at the point when the debris removal is at a acceptable level where we, based on what we know, it being a safe path to do so. Is it feasible for phase 2 to be fully completed before we reopen Altadena? Possible, but we don't know that. I also want to sort of level set expectations about having there not be a scenario where students are not going to return to Altadena before you don't see any remnants of fire damage. I don't know of a scenario where that's going to be realistic, quite frankly. I just don't, because the rebuilding process is going to be several years from now. And I don't know that we have the ability to not have the campus utilized for several years. So it is our hope that we, as a district, are going to exercise the greatest amount of thoughtfulness, compassion, care, and safety being a priority, that we would not return students before it is safe to do so, but we also have to be realistic about the fact that it may not be in a perfect scenario. So hopefully, as information continues to come in, and information does come in at this point, we've all experienced very much in sort of a daily, hourly, almost minute-by-minute scenario, conditions are going to change. And we will have to be flexible. We will have to continue to be open-minded, and I think that we have to continue to operate and continue to sort of practice a spirit of operational dexterity as we navigate our reality right now in terms of being able to rebuild our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Yeah, ditto what Dr. Velasquez said, and ditto what Board Member Marshall McKenzie just said. But one of the things that I think we're going to have to keep in mind is that everything right now, the decisions that we have to make around this, is very fluid. It's fluid. It's changing. There's no stability right now, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate the leadership of this district thus far. It feels as if we're standing on a raft trying to balance while we're going through rapids, you know? And we have got to exercise some patience. We have got to stop and listen. We have got to really try to understand how this issue impacts all of us. Because I was affected by the fires. You may have been affected, or you may know somebody who was affected. We've got to be patient. All of us are hurting right now. And the reality is, it may be a long time before any road leading to any of our schools in Altadena is going to be void of any structure that has been burned or any property that has been burned. I've gone up there once and I cannot go up there again. So I know what you are talking about. I know what you are feeling. I have a 7-year-old grandson who lost everything. He lost everything. And we have to take the time to explain to him exactly what occurred. And it's a lot. And, you know, it's hard to sit here in this position and be told over and over that you don't care. And I get that you feel that way. But it couldn't be further from the truth. I'm in this position because I care. Because I believe in putting children first. I believe in the power of knowledge, of education. That's why I'm here. I worked in this district 14 years before being in this seat. So that's why I'm here. I care. These people around this dais, they care. We're all hurting. We are all hurting with you. So don't think that we have not tried to think of other ways, other avenues to get everybody to where they're comfortable, to get our classrooms, our families, our teachers to a position, a space where they can be comfortable. But does that mean that we stop progress? No, it just means that now we have to make things work where we have to fit it. So our little world just got a little smaller. It's only temporary. And again, it's fluid. And you just have to be ready to rock and roll with it. And I get it. But each one of you, each one of us, can help bring our children along. It's not going to be easy for some, but we can do it. We can get them there. We can get there. It's going to take our entire school community, our community stakeholders. It's going to take everyone to rally around this district. Education, our children are the most important commodities in this community. And we have got to stay positive for them. We have got to stay optimistic for them. We have got to show them that, you know what, we can get through this together. So I needed to say that because it's just painful to sit here and hear. It's almost like someone telling you your entire life that you can't do something. And to sit here and hear over and over and over that, you know, we're just bad or we just don't care or we're just doing anything any old way. No, I've watched this team. I've watched them. I've been around them up until the wee hours of the morning, working through every time we have a situation with the rains, the floods, the earthquake, whatever it is, the fire. They are up. They are here. They are in this room. They are in a hotel. But they are up working for our children, for our employees, to make sure that when they show up at those school sites the next morning, they have a safe, clean place to go to. It may not be of our standards, of our liking. I know because I worked at a school site. And I tell you now, these school sites are probably cleaner than they've ever been with all the sanitizing that's been going on. But you know what? It's a place for those students and those teachers to go and learn. And so I just ask you, each one of you out there, all of us up here, let's just listen. Let's just take the time to see each other's perspectives, to hear them, and to consider them, and to show consideration to each other. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say something really brief because, I've been listening all night also. And I don't want anybody to leave our district until they graduate. I really don't. I want you all here. And I'm an Altadenan. I have 67 friends and acquaintances who've lost their homes. I've driven around Altadena Arts. I've driven around Elliott. And it wasn't just once. I go up there a lot. But I also know that this team has done an incredible job and that this is an unprecedented natural disaster. Not many people have a map to teach a school district how to get through this, but they've created a map. And as Dr. Velasquez says, this is early communication. We're talking. And I read this lovely resolution on the safe return to Altadena Arts written by one of you. And at the end, it talks about a main drivable route toward and away from the school. I have tried to find a route in my time there. But what I'm saying is, we do care. We're not like stone-faced ice queens up here. We are not. We've lived there. We have family who've lost homes. And we are all going through this. And I'm just going to end with saying I don't want to lose anybody out of PUSD. But I don't think anyone can snap their fingers and make all the trees come back. We simply cannot do that. Excuse me, there is no talk back here. There isn't any talk back. This is our meeting for the district. It's not a conversation. But it is really hard to hear that we don't care. And I'm going to leave that at that. Thank you.
I think it's Anna and last name. Yeah, thank you. I specialize in Spanish surnames.
Hi guys, how are you? Something happened with my card. This is sort of off topic, but it relates to Altadena Arts, so here I am. Thank you for your patience. My name's Anna Yeager. I have a first grader at Altadena Arts Magnet and a soon-to-be TK student, my son Oliver, potentially headed to AAM next year. We live in Altadena and, like many of us, suffered a total home loss in the Eaton fire. We are currently renting in Pasadena. I'm here this evening in regards to the looming layoffs and reductions in staffing at our school. It has been brought to our attention that the RTI position may be eliminated next year. I don't need to remind anyone in this room about the importance of that role. I know we've talked about it a lot, and in the wake of the catastrophic events that have taken place in our community, this role is more important than ever. I'd like to share with you a picture from our RTI teacher's office. This is the Rebuilders, a club she helped form with all of the students currently visiting her to cope with the loss of their home or their current displaced status. With over 30% of our students with a total home loss and 90% currently displaced, these students need this teacher's support and guidance. If we lose her, who will manage this? I urge you to reconsider the reduction of this massively important role. My daughter visits her on a daily basis, let alone countless other children at our school. In addition to helping students cope with the trauma of the Eaton fire, there is still the number of other significant duties this role performs each day. Please don't do this to our students who need this support now more than ever. As you so poignantly put, caring is the most important thing we can do right now, and I hope you'll care about our kids and rethink that. Thank you.
Oh, it said we are in J1 and that was K1, but thank you so much. We're about to talk about that. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 2, Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team with Michael Fine.
Good evening, President Hawley, members of the board, Superintendent Blanco. Thank you for inviting me here tonight. Appreciate your comments that were just made. I get most of the time it's a privilege, sometimes it's a chore to attend a lot of school board meetings around the state. I've spent 30-some years sitting somewhere in a configuration like this in one seat or another. So I appreciate kind of where you are all at this point. My name is Michael Fine. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the state's Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. We have to have an acronym for everything in our business, right? So we're best known as FCMAT, which is our acronym. We are a state agency focused on assisting local educational agencies with challenges, mainly in the area of fiscal, operational, special ed. We have a sister agency that works with districts on direct instruction. We also advise the state administration and the legislature on those same topics. In fact, 12 hours ago, I was sitting in the state Senate as we were discussing state budget, including 2 discussions about the fire and the fire impacts on Pasadena Unified, on Los Angeles Unified, on some neighboring school districts. I think it's also important to note, while I'm going to talk about some things tonight, that I'm really going to address this from the 30,000-foot view. We have not been engaged with your district on details. I'm not here to say that a particular item on your budget mitigation measure is the right item or the wrong item. We're happy to do that and support you in doing that detail work, but we've not done that. That's you have very capable staff to help guide you and work through that. So I'm going to be a little short on specifics with regard to your budget and your operations. I'm also certainly not I'm not insensitive to what's going on. I'm not just a numbers person. I made a change almost 35 years ago from private industry to public schools because my wife was an elementary school teacher. And she'd come home complaining about things every day. And I thought, well, I could put my talents to use, and worked my way up through the school system to the seat of superintendent. And for the last 10 years, been a FCMAT. My wife just retired after 40 years as an elementary school teacher. Our son is a high school English teacher, a young high school English teacher. And if he was in this district, he would be, I'm sure, faced with some of the consequences of decisions you have to make. I want to start with a couple slides that you have to give you some perspective of what's going on around the state, the trends. And this is important because I'll bring it home here to Pasadena. As I walk through this, you're going to think I'm talking about you, and I am. But I'm talking about hundreds of other school districts. I'm talking about, frankly, the majority of the 1,000 school districts and roughly the 1,000 charter schools, a little over 1,000 charter schools in the state. And so I'll try to walk through these fairly quickly because I think you're aware of them. You're sensitive to them. The first and foremost, and I know this strikes here at home, is declining enrollment. States lost about 8%, about 500,000 students started declining about 14 years ago. We, as using demographers at the state, we forecast that this decline will continue to impact schools into 2040s, the early 2040s, because in part, it's got to work through the system, right? So our high school grades will still be experiencing, it's not a bubble, it's the opposite of a bubble, right, as it moves through the trend. The number one reason for declining enrollment are historically low birth rates. And as I tell everybody I speak to about declining enrollment, not our job to influence birth rates, so we just have to deal with the consequences of declining birth rates. But we are below where we were following the Great Depression in the 30s. We are half of where we were during the growth periods of the 50s and 60s, and there's a couple of us that remember those. It's been partially offset by the introduction of universal preschool or universal transitional kindergarten, but that's a short term. And then we had the pandemic in the midst of this, which accelerated declining enrollment for those years. But more importantly, from the funding perspective, it dropped our average daily attendance from statewide averages in the 94-95% range down into the 80s. ADA is starting, the yield, if you will, of average daily attendance is starting to improve. And we're getting closer to the pre-pandemic levels. That's good news because from a funding standpoint, even despite declining enrollment, there are, for some districts, some increases in ADA. The ongoing expenditures previously supported by one-time funds is obviously an issue that all districts are facing. The time in which they faced it or made decisions about it may vary. Some, when they first received those billions of dollars of federal pandemic relief funds, what we called ESSER, as I've laid out here, elementary and secondary school emergency relief, we knew exactly the date they would expire. The feds have been clear with us, and they haven't moved the date, right? It was September 30th of 24, this past September. So some districts put in place exit plans to know we're gonna spend the money this way, but then we will have to curtail that as we get closer and closer to that date. Other districts, many of which I'm dealing with right now, either didn't put an exit plan in place or they didn't choose to implement the exit plan at the right moments. And so they have a lot of staff that were funded with one-time funds. Historically, we've often guided school districts not to use one-time funds to buy staff, right? We say don't use one-time funds for things that eat because people like to continue to eat even though the funds go away, right? During the pandemic, we really changed our message because the purpose of those funds were to support kids' learning and their social and emotional well-being. And the way we do that is through staff. It's through the teachers and the other staff that have been here today and are in your schools every day. That's how we support them. So we bought, if you will, people with those funds. But we have consequences of doing that when the funds ultimately end. And that's one of the things that I know you're dealing with, one of the things your neighbors are dealing with, so on. And by the way, I made this almost identical presentation a week ago at LA Unified. I made this presentation in San Jose night before last. I've actually been in multiple districts in the last few days. Low to more normal COLAs, cost of living adjustments. And I think this is important to raise here. The cost of living adjustment is a national that's used in California school funding, is a national standard. It's a component of the gross domestic product. It's not unique to California. It's not unique to Southern California. It's not unique to LA County, where costs look very different than costs in other places. It's also not unique to education, where the bulk of our expense, usually in a typical district, 85% of every dollar we spend is on people. It's not heavily weighted by labor, if you will. In fact, it's unusually weighted by energy, and school districts buy very little energy from a fuel standpoint. Well, obviously from utilities, different subject. When you go to bed on June 30th and you wake up on July 1st, a new fiscal year, and you do nothing different, your fixed costs go up by 4.5% to 5% on average. So when we have a cost of living adjustment that is below 4.5% or 5%, while the state can absolutely, with a straight face and no criticism of them, say we're fully funding education, at the local level, it doesn't feel that way. It creates a pinch. It creates a deficit. You have to make an adjustment for that, right? We've had some very good COLAs during the pandemic, 8%, 13%. This year, we're at 1.07. Next year, the governor's forecast is 2.43, and we already know that we're not going to make that number. It's lower than that. We can see that in the economic data that's been reported since the end of December when the governor made his forecast. So I point this out to you because it causes confusion in our local communities. The state messages we're fully funding education, but at the local level, you're all dealing with the consequences of fixed costs going up at a more rapid speed than what your revenue is going up. When you layer declining enrollment with that, it is a significant difference. In fact, despite a cost of living adjustment, you may very well, in many districts, have lower revenue next year than you do this year because you lose the full amount of the revenue associated to the student that leaves or is not enrolling in TK or K because of birth rates, right? Inflationary pressures, that was revenue. Inflationary pressures remain on the cost side. While inflation's been tapped down by national economic policies over the last couple of years, the cost of a box of pencils is still higher than it was a couple of years ago. That's not been rolled back. We all know that when we visit the grocery store, or any store for that matter, right? We all feel that every day. We've had significant increases in areas that you don't have a lot of control over, and that's your utilities, almost 200% in the last decade increase in utility rates. Pasadena, part of your community, is very fortunate, has a municipal utility. I happen to live in a community not far from here that has a municipal utility, and we're grateful for that as a community. But nonetheless, the rates are going up. Liability insurance, specifically driven by childhood sexual assault claims, is up almost 700% in the last decade. And as you all fully appreciate, the cost of fire insurance is going to look very different from today forward. For us as homeowners, for us as renters, for you as a school district. We also, by the hour, have changes in federal policy on funding changes. And what that all means for us right now is uncertainty. And this is if I can call it, an industry that doesn't deal well with uncertainty. And you just discussed it tonight, the uncertainty of when a neighborhood's going to be cleaned up or not cleaned up. We don't deal well with uncertainty. We like to know, right, when we make a decision and so on. But the reality is the change in the federal administration is creating a lot of uncertainty for us. I've been in districts in the last couple of weeks where they are doing reduction in force for all of their staff that are tied to federal dollars, because if that rug is pulled out from under us after March 15th, they get no opportunity to do that. You're not doing that. And I think that's frankly a bit of an overstep at this point, right? But it brings home the need for you to maintain your stability. It brings home the need for you to have adequate reserves, because what if that rug is pulled out from under you on Title I or nutrition, on community eligibility on nutrition, or on special education, federal special education funding? You've got to get through the year, and you need your reserves to do that. Speaking of reserves, comparison to the Great Recession, we're in better position as a state. Great Recession, we averaged about 8% reserves. In the most recent data, school districts are averaging just in that 23 to 25%. That is an average, so there are lots of districts below that. There are lots of districts above that. Cash reserves are different than fund balance. Those fund balance reserves don't do you any good if they're not backed by cash, because when you have an emergency like you've had and you have extraordinary expenditures, having reserves on paper doesn't do you any good. You have to be able to write the check, right? To buy the extra textbooks, to furnish a classroom that you've just put online for relocation. So I talk about these with you tonight really to put Pasadena in context with everybody else. Everybody's experiencing these same trends. You've been experiencing them. They're not new to you. They're not new to others. You've actually been experiencing most of these for a significant period of time. And so I think it's important that you keep that in context. There's an accumulation of the impacts of these because you've not dealt with all of these impacts each year that we've gone along, right? And so the impact accumulates, and you're now faced with dealing with that. And as you've said earlier, you have to move forward. You have to make some decisions. And again, I don't envy you on the details of those decisions and the lives that are impacted and the programs that are impacted for kids over those decisions, but you do have to make some reasonable decisions. You all understand this. You've articulated it actually very well tonight, and that is that you have a fiduciary duty. You all know that. You understand it. You ran for office or were appointed, and as part of that, you take on that fiduciary duty. And one of those is the fiduciary duty to ensure that your district is fiscally stable. When you are not stable, everything else is a problem. When I'm in districts that are in absolute dysfunction on their financial side, I can assure you they're also in dysfunction on the instructional side, on the human resource side, on the facility side, on the student services side. So you have to avoid that. I would love to stand here and say that budgets don't matter and your revenue doesn't matter. We just need to go do everything we can for kids. That's absolutely where my heart's at, and always has been. That's why I moved into this business so long ago. But the reality is that we have a box that we have to work within. You have a box you have to work within. After the pandemic, we began to describe time as pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, right? What happened before the pandemic was a whole different time period. What happened after the pandemic, we like to forget the pandemic itself, and we kind of just draw this line. You're going to do the same thing with respect to the fire. We're going to have pre-fire and we're going to have post-fire. I want to remind you, I know you all understand this, but I want to remind you and your community that some of the issues that you're dealing with in your current budget are pre-fire issues. They're accumulated pre-fire issues. With respect to post-fire, and I want to pivot to that. I didn't prepare any slides for that, but I want to speak to that. Dr. Blanco, your other staff, I see him on Zoom on a regular basis. We've been in all kinds of meetings with state officials, with my counterparts in a variety of agencies around the state, both state and local, for weeks now. Just last Friday, we were with the Senate Pro Tem and two local senators, Senator Perez and Senator Allen, who within their districts have the bulk of the impact from the fires. I know your staff heard this. I want to share with all of you that there is an absolute commitment from the governor. There's an absolute commitment from the Senate. I'll be in the Assembly next week, and I expect I will hear the same commitment from them to do everything we can for the district and for the districts and for your operations. There are some things, though, to keep in mind. Unfortunately, we're getting a lot of experience at disasters, and so we've got lessons learned. One of the lessons that were learned, and I was in Paradise after the fire when that entire community and basically all of their schools were destroyed, is the cleanup process. And you've got a great partner in the Army Corps here, but that was one of our lessons. We can't do anything until the cleanup happens, right? I was there even a year, almost to the day after the fire, and we're still looking at lots and properties that hadn't been cleaned and how they were impeding progress in the rest of the community. So that's one of the lessons learned, and one of the reasons that the Army Corps has been here, one of the reasons that the Office of Emergency Services has brought them in as a partner and so on. One of the things that's different, and I know you appreciate this about this disaster than other disasters, is the mix of charter school kids. You know this in the schools that have been destroyed in this district, most of them were actually occupied by independent charter schools. That's a complete different mix than what we've seen in other disaster areas. And the laws are not the same for charter schools and students as they are for traditional public schools. There aren't the same facility provisions. There aren't the same hold harmless when it comes to average daily attendance, which is the basis of your funding. So we have those things to work out. In the current year, we have an automatic process for emergencies where you will be held harmless from the time your schools were closed or decrease in attendance. Normally it's a material decrease in attendance, but because there's a state of an emergency here in Los Angeles County, as a result of fires, the materiality standard is lowered to 0. And so any decrease in attendance you may apply for on a school by school. During your closures, those same applications will waive the time. As you all know, there's a minimum number of days and a minimum number of minutes that we need to offer instruction to kids each year. That time is waived for your closures during an emergency by your application on the J13A, which your staff is very familiar with. With respect to next year, there's a normal protection for school districts, but not for charters, and that is you are funded on the greater of the current year or the prior year or the average of the prior 3 years. However, the practice in the past here in California with previous disasters of this nature, and the expressed intent of the administration, and we've seen this in intent language in the governor's budget just days after the fire broke out, before it was even extinguished, is to extend a more robust hold harmless going forward, at least an additional year. It'll be reevaluated whether that's a third year out as well, based on what your needs are, based on where your community's at, based on your attendance patterns, your enrollment patterns, and so on. And we'll do that with you and advise the governor and the legislature with respect to how far do they need to go out. Are there other ways that we need to assist you? And while I don't stand here and make any promises on those other ways, I will give you examples of what we did in Paradise. FCMAT went in, worked with the district, identified some very unique, extraordinary cost things that nobody would have ever thought about, and worked through that, right? And the state then participated in helping to cover those extraordinary costs. They didn't cover them 100%, but they did participate in covering those costs. And we're prepared to do that with you and the other districts that are impacted, so that we can make a report, bless you, make a report to the legislature with regard to those types of things. I'll give you one example you probably haven't thought about. In Paradise, the whole community was basically destroyed, and so relocation of almost everybody, right? Some staff chose to retire. I think you have an appreciation for this. Health insurance premiums for an active employee versus a retired employee are very different, much higher for retired employees. They go to the doctor more often, right? They're not as active, all kinds of things. And so health insurance premiums reflect that. That was an extraordinary cost that we were able to identify, and the state helped for several years until they could get that modeling back to normal. Extraordinary transportation costs. Now, back at Paradise, state didn't pay for transportation. Today, they cover transportation up to 60% of your costs, right? So there are a number of examples like that that we'll work with you on, and then make some recommendations that are appropriate to the state. So, Madam President, that's my presentation tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about process or anything else that I can be of assistance with you.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions? I'm sure we do. Why do I ask? So who wants to go first here? Mr. Harden.
Can you talk a little bit about the Prop 98 guarantee and kind of what that horizon looks like for us? I know there's been, over the past few years, there's been some creative arithmetic in as much as that goes.
So there has, in the past couple years, been some proposals, what we call the manipulation of Prop 98. However, that is not where we ended in each case, right? The legislature and the governor ultimately came to agreements that didn't do that. For last year, we did suspend Prop 98 to work our way out of that. But there's a direct relation, and the governor, I think what you're speaking to, the governor in his January budget proposes a maneuver we haven't seen exactly in this form before, but we've seen it in other forms. And I think that's maybe what you're alluding to, where they're holding some of the Prop 98 money back this current year, $1.6 billion from an allocation. What I would say is why I have to be careful here since I work for the Legislative Analyst's Office has suggested an alternative way to look at that and to do that, and I think that is worthy of some consideration. The legislature will weigh in on that in the final budget negotiations. We had a long conversation about this morning, actually, in the Senate. What I want to say is it is a temporary timing issue of when the 1.6 is paid out, not whether it's in the Prop 98 base. There was no proposal in the governor's January budget to remove it from the base. It's in the base. It's in the base on a go-forward basis as well. It's simply when do they recognize it and pay it out. Their proposal is to do that in May of 26 as opposed to May of 25. But it does not artificially lower the base in any way. I think the bigger issue that we want to be sensitive to in Prop 98, and just, make sure everybody's on the same page, Proposition 98 from 1988 is what tells the state how much of state revenues, tax revenues, go to K-14. So K-12 plus our partners down the street at community college. UC and CSU are separate. They're not in Prop 98. They don't enjoy those same protections. In fact, while Prop 98 this year is growing, the UC and CSU budgets are being cut by significant amounts in the governor's proposal. We'll see where it ends. It's right now, and I don't want to get too technical here, but right now it is in what we call a test one, which means it's a straight percentage of the state's revenues, tax revenues. We get roughly 40 cents of every dollar that comes into the state. So the real question here that we need to be watchful for is what's the impact on revenues from the economy, from changes in federal policy, tariffs, proposed tariffs, and really important, Los Angeles County contributes 22% of the state's personal income tax. And your area and the Pacific Palisades are a significant portion of that. And so what are the income tax receipts to the state's impact from the fires, right? There may be uninsured properties and people will be entitled to write those losses off on their personal income tax. We also have the property tax issues, right, with the properties that have been destroyed, the resident or the dwelling units or the dwellings that have been destroyed, business or residential. That's a little lower impact, but what we lose, estimated right now, about $35 billion. $35 million. What that estimate, that loss will cause the state on a school funding standpoint to backfill that. So there's a expense burden at the state to backfill that to schools. So schools, as I think you all know, if this was a glass, are first funded with local property taxes, and whatever they fall short of your entitlement, the state backfills. So if property tax on the average district's about 30% of their revenue, if that drops, then the state's share of the backfill increases to bring you up to 100%, basically. So right now, Proposition 98 is super sensitive to the income taxes. Next year, it'll be a little less sensitive, but next year is when we'll see the impact of property tax from the fires. There may be some immediate impact on sales tax, which is one of the other taxes that helps fund schools, right? And that may continue as you rebuild. Sales tax revenues actually will go up because people have to buy new things that they've lost. Sales tax revenue, I should say, not the tax itself. Yeah.
Tina?
Thank you for your presentation. Since you're talking about statewide level finances, I'm wondering if you know anything about upcoming legislation, such as bringing back the community schools first Prop 13 reform of 2020 that could potentially bring in millions of dollars to our public schools and community colleges, as well as a ultra-rich million dollar tax on the billionaires. That has always been entertained, but we never see it, and it's a potential for revenue that is not volatile.
So I'm certainly familiar with some of those proposals. I don't know that I can add any value to them. What I would highlight, though, that I'm probably more familiar with is the Prop 50, the expiration of Prop 55. Just to take you back in history, coming out of the Great Recession in 2012, Jerry Brown proposed and the legislature passed, and then it went before the voters in November of 12. Proposition 35? 30? That added a temporary sales tax, higher sales tax rate, and added a new bracket at the top of the income tax brackets. The sales tax then expired. They were both temporary. The sales tax expired. I should know the year, and I'm lost it. I think it was 5 years later or 6 years later, and it was scheduled for the high income tax bracket to also expire that time. But then there was Proposition 55, which put just an extension of the tax bracket on the ballot. That expires in 2030. It's worth to schools about, each year is a little different, but somewhere between 10 and $14 billion of Prop 98 comes from Prop 55. So it is one of the California Teachers Association and others' highest priority to have that extended, and they will begin that campaign. Actually, I think you've already heard some of that in some of their recent news releases and other things, but they'll begin to work on a campaign, I would expect, for 2026, with a second bite at the apple should it fail in 2028, ahead of a 2030 expiration. It's a if it were to expire, it would be a significant drop in school funding.
Anybody else? Dr. Villa?
Okay, so in summary, the trend of financial distress at PUSD precedes, it comes before the Eden fires. The Eden fires will continue our trend by introducing unanticipated challenges. The state funding does not completely meet the cost of education, but in the context of the overall system of education, K-12 has been doing better. However, because of all of the situations in the city, including the possibility of lower taxation, it is yet to be seen how funding structures will continue to be impacted negatively for schools.
So let me see if I can repeat at least pieces of that. Your challenges pre-fire have to be met. They will continue out in the coming years, fire or not. The state will hold your revenue, your local control funding formula revenue, harmless for the near term, and more likely a more reasonable, term, not just 1 year or 2 years. But if you don't address the pre-fire issues of declining enrollment, of staff that were supported with one-time funds that are no longer here, those will continue, obviously, to burden the district's fiscal stability. School funding in California, with the exception of the property tax component, is based on a very volatile system that is heavily influenced by high earners. In fact, what we call 1%ers, the 1% earners, highest, contribute just under 50% of the total income tax. They are very dependent upon things like the equity market, as opposed to most of us that are dependent upon a paycheck each month. As the equity market fluctuates in response to international economies and political uncertainties, not just in the U.S., but around the world, then that causes fluctuations. We've done fairly well the last several years because the equity markets have been relatively high, certainly in the last couple of years, right? But we've had recent periods of time where the equity market dropped significantly, and we felt that. Schools felt that to the tune of about $9 billion, right, in potential reduced funding. Ultimately, we didn't experience that because of the deal between the governor and the legislature struck last year, I think, in what was maybe alluded to earlier in the maneuvering. I think I got most of your points. I may have left something out. But yeah, I may choose to use some different terms, but I think you've got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kenny.
Can you help us understand, will the ADA hold harmless extend to the special education calculation?
So special education, what we know of as AB 602 funding, master plan funding, is based on your total ADA at P2, at second period apportionment, which is basically mid-April. The J13A process in the current year, because of closures or decreases in attendance, will alter the P2 number. In that it will be favorable to the P2 number. It will adjust the P2 number, basically.
For 24-25.
For 24-25.
Can they do that hold harmless, though, for
yes,
25-26?
We'll need to make sure that it's not limited to just the local control funding formula, but that will be a policy decision that's made in Sacramento.
That would have to be in the budget trailer bill or somewhere. Okay.
Exactly. And we see that intent in the governor's proposal. The reason it's only intent language right now is we have a lot of complications with this. Number one is the mix of charter students. The second is LA Unified's a very big district. Not the whole district was necessarily impacted, right? We need to work through that. Hold harmless in the past has always been on a district level, not a school level, except when we're dealing with closures. Then those are done school by school. But the state doesn't collect ADA by school. It collects it, except for charters, it collects it by district. So we have to if we're going to change that, we have to put in place data collection process or analysis process to understand that. Different probably than you. You have a lot of districts around you. We've heard some tonight say, I've moved here, right, and so on. LA Unified is so large that many of its displaced families may have actually stayed in the district. Now, we're well aware of several hundred that have gone to Santa Monica, Malibu, Beverly Hills, Manhattan Beach. We've heard from all of those. And some of those, and you'll appreciate this, some of those are community-funded districts. They don't get state aid. They're funded by property taxes. But they have followed the executive order of the governor and taken some students in despite that. That's a topic we're going to have to work through as well, and that's got a constitutional issue associated to it that we have to be careful about. So that's in part why there's only intent language and not well-developed language yet. We've got a lot of details to work through that we haven't experienced in previous disasters.
This may not be something you can address. So obviously our county is expecting us to file a second interim and adopt it. And it feels like there's a significant amount of uncertainty about what our potential future revenue will be until these details are worked out. So, and maybe this is more for Mr. Bravo. I'm assuming that LACO is going to work with us. In other words, anyway, we don't know all the answers, and so I don't know how they can hold us responsible for not knowing them.
So yeah, we've already been in contact with LACO, but Mr. Fine has been very helpful also in providing some helpful guidance for how to deal with the uncertainty that you're referring to. And so we think, obviously things will change as hold harmless potentially gets extended for longer, but based on the intention language that we have already, we know how to incorporate that in our revenue projections.
Yeah, I think there has to be some flexibility in how we look at some of the criterion standards when we have lack of clarity around. That's why in part you would do maybe multiple scenarios, so you have your MYP, multi-year financial projections. Maybe it's appropriate to do 2 or 3 of those, a baseline where you think things are going to land, maybe a best case, a worst case, that your staff can prepare and at least identify for you what that range is. You'll need to pick one, and I would recommend it be your baseline, whatever you've kind of settled on with LACO as a reasonable baseline. But I think it's important that your staff identify for you what that range could look like under different scenarios. The same would be true extending that out to your cash forecast. When you do a multi-year budget forecast, you really need to do a multi-year cash forecast. Cash, we say, is king. Cash shows no mercy. Have to ensure you have enough cash to pay your employees is what we really care about. The county has some flexibility in their final determination. It's not as rigid as we all like to describe it as sometimes, right? I think more important than your second interim, though, is where you're at with your adopted budget. And we'll know a lot more information by the time you get to that point. What we won't know, though, because I do not expect the legislature to take early action. They may, but you'll adopt your budget for next year before the legislature adopts the state budget with that added trailer bill and so on. We may hear very clear what the intent is. We'll hear very clear what the governor's intent is in May. The legislature, through the hearing process, such as this morning and so on, will also provide some information, so we can kind of gauge what their thinking is. That will make your 45-day revision in August super important for you. So not something to skip. There are a lot I don't know what your history is here. A lot of districts don't do the 45-day revision. The code says it's a shall, not a may. But for you, that it will be essential because that will update you and your community post-state budget adoption, and that will be very important.
Do we all want to take a 5-minute break? Yes, the superintendent's going to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming here and explaining all that. And I think you just became Mrs. Kenny's best friend because she really wants us to always do that 45-day update. But we really appreciate your advice. And, you know, just before we go into our next presentation, it's been very challenging for us to have to reduce our budget and, you know, propose reducing staff because it's just a terrible time. And, you know, you've been in the meetings when I'd say begged, asked, and I described the situation. Everybody gasps, right? All the legislators, because they don't have an answer, right? And they're telling us we have to go forward with this in order to become a healthier district. But I hope that, you know, you can help us through some of this. And even with the pain that everybody's feeling, we're going relatively conservative based on our problem because we're hoping that some of the things can change for us in the future.
And I remind you all that this is preliminary. Final decisions can be made, things can be reversed later. I say that with absolute sensitivity to the fact that when the staff that receives that notice, everything drops for them, right? And that spreads the morale throughout your schools, and that impacts instruction for kids, right? I know that very, very well. I've spent many years in this environment. I've been in this seat where we've proposed reductions and then seen the actual. Well, I didn't deal with the names, right? I dealt with the bigger picture. Than to see the people that come to the podium. They're the teachers that when they were in college taught our little kids how to swim, right? They were teachers our kids had as elementary kids. They were teachers that work next to my wife, and we go to dinner on the weekends, right? So I understand that. It's just difficult. It's always difficult. This particular environment makes it even more so. But you have the overall responsibility for the whole district and all the kids, and I know you all understand that very clearly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Michelle.
I just wanted us to take note of the time and I guess I'll make a motion to extend it.
I was going to say 12. I don't think we need to go till 12.
I was going to say 11:30.
I just want to be safe.
Because I did not want to go to the next day.
I want to be safe, but that's why I was going to say 12. What do you think?
12. I don't want to do 12, but I was going to propose 11:30, but... Okay, 11:45.
Second.
All right. And we're all in agreement on that? Everybody? Okay. Oh, Patrice. I keep forgetting Patrice. So we have to roll call.
Sarah Bundsman?
Here?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I was like, roll call. Okay, yes.
Scott Arnett?
Yep.
Kimberly Dennis?
Yes.
Michelle Richardson Brady?
Yes.
Patrice Marshall McKenzie?
Yes, but please don't keep Sarah here that long.
Sajama Velasquez?
Yes.
Tina Frederick?
Yes.
Jennifer Howley?
Yes.
Okay, 11:45.
Like a short 5-minute break right now? Yes, let's do a 5-minute break. Okay. Oh my God. Oof. Are we all ready to be back now? Is everybody ready to move ahead here? We're going to move ahead. And so we will have item number 3, budget recommendations by the superintendent's leadership team. Go ahead.
All right, so we're going to talk about funding context, and fiscal outlook, which obviously Mr. Fine covered a lot of the statewide and national trends. We'll talk a little bit more about how that impacts Pasadena Unified. We'll talk about the strategic plan and our guiding principles, the Superintendent Budget Advisory Committee, the comprehensive planning process specifically related to staffing teachers to ratio, impact on personnel, and the overall reductions. So as you know, we've made several presentations over the last several months related to our fiscal outlook. Back in June, of course, when we adopted our budget, we adopted a fiscal stabilization plan. In August, an update on the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. In September, our unaudited actuals, and then back in December, our first interim report and another update on the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. Each of those presentations had information that's kind of, I think, laid the groundwork for the recommendations tonight. So first, PUSD's fiscal outlook. As mentioned, that this is impacting the majority of districts in our state. PUSD's enrollment continues to decline each year. On the next slide, I'll show some data on that. Again, as Mr. Fine mentioned, our one-time COVID relief funds have been fully expended. They were fully expended as of the end of last school year. And then state funding this year was lower than previously anticipated. Mr. Fine also mentioned that after pandemic years where we had relatively high COLAs, that is no longer the case this year and in the future. After years of surpluses, PUSD had a general fund unrestricted operating deficit last school year. After, again, years of surpluses because of high levels of funding from the state and federal government, we did spend more than we brought in last year for the first time in years, and that trend is projected to continue in the future. So while this next point was not reflected at first interim, our district's unduplicated pupil percentage, or UPP, is almost 4 percentage points lower this year, which has a significant negative impact on LCFF revenue. So a big component of LCFF revenue are supplemental concentration grant funds, and both of those sources of funding are based on the number and percentage of unduplicated students. Again, that's students that are eligible for free reduced lunch, or in other words, low-income students, as well as English learners or students with limited English proficiency, and foster youth. And so when districts serve a lower percentage of those students, because sometimes demographics just change, we receive less funding. Due to our fiscal outlook, LACO has required us to submit fiscal stabilization plans as part of our recent budget adoption and interim reports. So as I mentioned, declining enrollment, it's a long-term trend. You'll see here, this is just 10-year snapshot. And it's been an average decline of about 2.2% each year. Again, we're not the only district facing this declining enrollment, but because virtually all of our funding is based on enrollment and attendance, kind of a function of enrollment and attendance, this trend has a very substantial impact on our funding levels. So the budget outlook statewide, so the governor's proposed budget that was mentioned a few times tonight already, included some positives, things that will have a positive impact on revenue, all things being equal. There's a student support discretionary block grant, additional funding for learning recovery emergency block grant, an increase in the TK add-on, and the ADA hold harmless that you heard a lot about already tonight. I should note that of these four, only the last one, the PUSD ADA hold harmless, will be reflected at second interim. So we're going to be back together in a couple weeks for second interim. The recommendation from LACO as well as other sources is that we cannot yet include the potential revenue of those first three items at this time. They're proposals, they're new sources of funding. Some negatives or things that are going to have a negative impact on finances are what Mr. Fine also mentioned is the COLA for next year is 2.43%, and as he also mentioned, ultimately it'll likely be even lower in the state's final budget, and that's down from 2.93%. So this is not yet reflected in our finances. The negative impact of that lower COLA is not yet reflected in our multi-year projection. So this is the multi-year projection. This is something that we shared at first interim. And what you'll see in the light blue versus the dark blue is where we were in September as of unaudited actuals, and then where we were at first interim. So this is a slide that we shared at first interim, and the improvement here that you see is principally due to the parcel tax. And so the parcel tax has come up a lot. We're very grateful to our voters for approving the parcel tax. It's very important. It's a very important source of funding. But as you'll see, while it has a positive impact, it does not change the fact that if no action is taken by the district, that we will ultimately have, all things being equal, not only a substantial negative ending balance in our general fund unrestricted by 26-27 of negative $37 million, but already a negative $2 million ending balance by the end of next school year. So this is what we mean when we talk about the challenging fiscal outlook that we face. Now, again, we're not the only district facing this trend. And as we've talked about a lot before, what drives this trend is that when we spend more than we bring in, and that difference, the overspending beyond what we're bringing in, has to come from somewhere, and where that comes from is our reserves. And while it's true, it has been pointed out by some public speakers and others tonight, that we currently have substantial ending balances, reserves, savings, they're projected to be fully depleted and in fact go negative over the next few years. And so I obviously this fiscal outlook, while we're not alone in facing it, is very difficult, because it means that we're confronted with very difficult decisions. And I think it's understandable to want to wait, right? To want to defer some of these decisions. And I think it's of course it's human nature. We are all in education because we care about students, the ones that we're serving today. To want to wait on those difficult decisions. But I think it's important to note that those future students that I think sometimes they seem somewhat abstract, that we need to think about the impact of our decisions on those students of the future. But I think it's important to note that those students of the future are already in our schools. A student that's in transitional kindergarten is with us for over a decade more. And so those students and the resources that we have available for them in the future, those students are already with us. We're already serving them. And so that's why it's so important to make the important decisions that we need to now, because we already are serving those students. I did mention this at first interim. It's important to mention the things that are not reflected in the multi-year projection. I mentioned a few already. Any future changes in compensation or anything in our negotiated agreements that have any cost associated with them are not reflected. And so to the extent those agreements include things that cost money, they will make that outlook worse. Any unknown liabilities that we may not be aware of, but that also have a cost associated with them, are also, of course, not reflected. And then the potential impact of any economic downturn beyond what we've experienced is not reflected. Any potential reductions other than what's been reflected in, for example, federal funding is not reflected. And any new major programmatic or operational investments that might be made are not reflected. So anything that might cost money or anything that might reduce our revenues is not reflected in the numbers that you saw. So the strategic plan is obviously a document, an important document that guides and informs a lot of decisions that we make. Not all of them are financial. A lot of the decisions that we make day to day that don't necessarily have a cost associated with them are also informed by the priorities set by the board and by the district. An effective and responsive and accountable district is the goal, the priority that you see there in yellow. That is obviously a really important strategic priority. And when we think about responsible budgeting, fiscal sustainability, I think it fits best in that strategy. So, addressing the budget shortfall, there were two processes that identified the budget reductions we're presenting tonight. The first is one that I think has been well discussed publicly over the last several months, which is the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. And the other is the comprehensive planning process that we do every year. After the fire, staff had discussions with FICMAT. You saw Mr. Fine here, as well as with LACO and the State Board of Education, about how to approach budget reductions and potential layoffs due to what happened with the fires. All three advised PUSD to move forward with the reductions that were planned before the fire. And I think you heard Mr. Fine talk a little bit about that, about the pre-fire challenges we were facing, the need to address them. We do expect support from the state, commitments that we've gotten verbally, as well as the intent language you saw in the trailer language for the ADA hold harmless, the hold harmless that we would have received in any case this year, as well as for next year. But that's really meant to address and mitigate the impact of the fire itself, and unfortunately is not sufficient to address the challenges that we were facing before the fire. The proposed reductions also should be noted that we're going to present tonight are not sufficient to close the shortfall based again on those first interim projections, but are what we believe the school system can prudently implement at this time. Okay, so based on those projections, the reductions that we're recommending tonight alone are not going to be sufficient to close that entire shortfall. Okay, but again, we think it's what we can responsibly and prudently implement at this time. Also important to note that we are not proposing any reductions based on any potential loss of enrollment due to the fire. Okay, that's another thing that we got guidance from also FICMAT and the State Board of Education was definitely address the challenges that you were facing pre-fire, but don't make any prospective reductions on top of that because of the impact that we may ultimately experience due to the fire. And one of the biggest impacts that we do expect to have is less enrollment even than we were projecting before the fire.
All right, so as Mr. Bravo-Karimi mentioned, we engaged in two different processes to really come to this general overall reduction recommendation for you tonight. And I will be talking about the first one, the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee process, and Dr. Kanal will be addressing the comprehensive planning process that we utilized. It is a refresher because while it was just a few months ago, it's been a year. So we did conduct this process actually throughout the fall semester. We utilized a training model. We ensured that there were staff presentations that were comprehensive and detailed. And then we allowed for deliberations between individual committee members and then debriefed in a whole group discussion to ensure that what we had landed at was what was comprehensible to the group. That process was based on a text by William Poston, School Budgeting for Hard Times, so that you can be reminded that we followed a known process that can be applied in these kind of situations. We did so because we wanted to ensure transparency and organization for how the process was conducted. It was, at the time, a very laborious effort because not only were we unpacking all of the different services that are provided centrally, but we were also needing to describe the impact and the consequences of certain positions. The way that it was done was we had a diverse committee that was made up of representative groups of staff as well as students and families, community partners, and staff was as diverse as teachers, administrators, classified staff, etc. So in this process, we looked at central funds first. This process was intended to review things that were not classroom based, in particular, that these were services, contracts, materials, supplies, etc. All of the things that we could eke out of the central general fund. Packages were presented with percentages from 70%, 80%, 90%, or 100% funding. And what the committee did was listen to all of this, deliberate, and rank, essentially, what particular package, based on the area, did they prioritize. And so the final ranking is going to be shared with you here. And I want to make two notes. One is that, again, this process of ranking did not necessarily mean that they were ranking categories by department. It wasn't that we prefer wellness services over human resources. It was a rank of the budget package within each of those categories because we acknowledge that all of these departments provide essential services. The second thing that I want to note is that within these priorities, we actually took the recommendations of the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee in whole, meaning that the prioritization that they provided for each of these departments is the recommendation that we went with the exception, if you'll notice, of facilities and maintenance and wellness services. You'll notice that they still have some slight reductions. Facilities and maintenance actually still says 100%, but it's actually, I think, about 98%. And that's my mistake for not correcting that. And then wellness services, they had actually prioritized at 100%, but we did do some reductions, which I'll talk about momentarily. So their package ended up being approximately 95% funded. So the statement around it being a central fund is also a misnomer because central funds still support school sites. This was not simply, there is no way that we could say that these reductions do not impact operations at school sites or services at school sites. In fact, most of these services are to school sites and for school sites. So in describing why wellness services is funded at 95%, what you'll notice is that later on when Dr. Canal discusses, later on when we talk about the certificated layoff resolutions, you'll notice that there is an item for teachers and special assignment that are reduced. These are our instructional coaches, EL coaches, and RTI wellness coaches and teachers. Those are central funded positions. They were considered within these buckets. About a year ago, on March 14th of 2024, we actually came to you on the first round of fiscal stabilization. And in that time period, we had recommended the closure of approximately 100 central positions. Again, trying to stay away from the classroom impact as much as we could. In that time, we shared with you that in this school year, we would be redesigning the instructional and wellness coaching model to reimagine what it would be like if we had fewer personnel to be able to carry that out. So that is what is coming to fruition in the sense that while these packages are funded at 80, 90, 95%, each of those packages contains one of these categories of these coaches or these teachers in special assignment. So you'll see that there's a reduction that's listed on that certificated layoff list of about 57.5, I believe. However, we actually still have categorical funded funds and restricted budget that pays for a portion of these individual salaries. So what's accounted for in the reduction is the parts of their salary that come from the general fund. Our intent and hope is to utilize these additional categorical and restricted budgets to still bring back coaching positions so that schools are not divested of all of the support that they have in those areas. So there will still be support in those areas at the schools, but obviously with less personnel. The reason why they will appear on the layoff is because those positions cannot continue to exist in their current job description because conditions will have changed. And so a redesign of this model is what we are working on now. Right. And for the comprehensive planning process, I hand that to Dr. Canal.
Thank you, Dr. Chanhill. So it's been mentioned a couple of times that the Superintendent Budget Advisory Committee and the other bucket, as I keep referring to it, was looked at primarily by meeting with principals and collecting their input and providing them with an analysis of their sites and enrollment throughout the years. Part of the planning process when we implement ratios, which is already part of the collective bargaining agreement, is looking at the education code, looking at the collective bargaining agreement, and looking at the different avenues in terms of how we implement these items. PUSD was in a position to staff in excess of those ratios, as has been discussed several times, because of the COVID relief funds, so that have expired. But since those have been fully expended, then we have to now look to see how is it that our new reality without those funds, and part of that process is why we're here today. The teacher staffing ratios, which is not new to most of you, provides you some lens into the classroom sites. So for example, you have the grade spans, the ratio, and the source of the ratio. The ratio is not a hard cap, and you heard earlier presentations of that. But if you look at enrollment throughout our district, so if it says, for example, 32.75, that is not the actual, it's not a hard cap. So the enrollment could be lower or it could be higher than that specific number, but overall, as a ratio, it cannot be above that. One of the things to consider is in looking at our ratios and what they currently are, they have been traditionally quite low, below that even ratio number of the classrooms. So there are several classrooms that you would see that do not even reach to that number. The impacts, the elimination recommendations has been mentioned, has been part of the SBAC, but I'm going to go into a little bit more in terms of the actual staffing ratios and how that came to be. So I began to mention typically staffing is done in districts depending on the year, when in the year we're going to be ending. It begins in the spring. The later you wait in a school year, the more information you have, the better your predictions are going to be. So they are, in fact, predictions based on enrollment trends because you don't know who's going to show up. However, as the years has begun earlier, most districts have begun to plan for that right around February, so right before the spring, in terms of formulating what the classrooms are going to be looking like. The earliest implementation of this is something that we did this year. We began talking and having discussions and making plans in November to meet with all of our sites in December. So this process began in November with the planning and in December with meeting. To give you an idea, in the room, the 3 divisions were there. So Dr. Chan Hill, Bravo Karimi, we had additional staff such as Dr. Alcazar, Dr. Malone, who supervises principals, and we have made individual appointments with each principal to talk about the enrollment trends for the last 7 to 10 years. We also talked about the trend in terms of staffing. The example that I can give you is if we had 1,000 students and we had 100 teachers, but now we have 750 students, but yet we still have the same number of teachers. We're talking about that the attrition of students did not match the staff that we currently have today. So we discussed those and we asked them to look at their master schedules to see where we had those low enrollments, for example. So if we had low enrollments in certain sections, of how they would do their master schedule without those FTEs for various different reasons. Again, we had extra staff to support the needs that we had at the time because we had that additional funding, but that additional funding has gone. So we had those discussions with them. There were several principals. With more than half of the school sites, we actually had several meetings with them because we wanted them to have a thought process and to think about what the campus would look like, given that the attrition of students did not match the current staffing model that they currently had. So we had several discussions with them. We wanted them to be invested in part of that process. And those discussions did revolve around what Dr. Chan Hill just talked about because they are at their sites. Their TOSAs were part of that discussion in collecting their input of how that would look like moving forward. So it was a collaborative process within the 3 divisions with the sites, discussing the attrition data, discussing the expiration of the funds, discussing how each of their staff members were being funded. As you know, sometimes folks are funded through several different funding sources. And something unique to our campuses as well is that we also do staffing with funds that are donated to sites, which is unique. You heard Mike Fine talk about that. Typically, they strongly recommend not hiring folks with one-time funding. I would be interested to see what he says about donations and hiring staff with that. But maybe I'll ask him separately on the side. But that is something that is very unique to Pasadena because the staffing directly is dependent upon those donation of those funds. So something to think about as well when we talk about whether or not staff is going to be returning. This image is part of the presentation. These numbers come from the resolutions that are before you. coming up shortly. What I attempted to do here was break down some of the numbers, so I wanted to give you a little bit of context. So the certificated FTEs, I mentioned how many of the FTEs were broken up either through the staffing to ratio or through the SBAC recommendations. The next column talks about vacancies, but I broke up the vacancies, for example, on the certificated by two different. So temp contracts and vacancies, true vacancies, meaning there's no one sitting in those positions. The temp contracts, there is someone sitting in that position. When we hired staff on a temp contract, they are informed that it is for that one school year. So there's a begin date and there's an end date to their contract. But nonetheless, there is somebody sitting in that position. But by implementing the temp contracts, that means that by closing that position, for example, that means that we're not laying off a permanent staff member as well. Although it is still painful, but it does provide that avenue for the district. So if you look on the third column, certificated, 27 of the 59 positions are being held by temp contract, which means if we don't, those positions are still with us, but it will be a reassignment from a permanent staff member into that temp contract position. So the total of those would be 44 temp contracts of folks that would not be returning because they're serving in those positions. The classified I provided, I think the columns are, I try to follow the same pattern between them. However, obviously the third column for classified staff is provided a little bit more detail for you of those 20 FTEs. It includes reassignments without an FTE reduction, so I get to go into a former position, and if my currently is 6 hours, that position may still be 6 hours. Number two, reassignments with FTE reductions. It may mean that I'm in a 6-hour position, and the position that I'm going back to where I have seniority might be a 4-hour position or a 5-hour position. And the reassignment to a lower class could mean that I'm an office manager and perhaps, and although that's not on the, I'm using that as an example only, if I held a previous lower class, then I'm being moved to another previous class that is lower than the currently one that I'm sitting, but I'm still have a position in the district. So those are just 3 examples of that column of reassignments for classified employees, which is unique to the reassignments for the certificated. So that's the difference between that third column between the two, certificated and the classified staff. Sometimes I'm asked what governs the process. How do you choose the individuals? So we don't choose the individuals when we go through this process. There's a very scripted process for this. And I put the pertinent information there to you. For you, it's obviously the education code is very scripted and tells us how the process that's going to be followed. The collective bargaining agreements provide a direction in terms of how that process should needs to take place. So it is very much dependent on seniority as part of that process. So we don't choose the individual. It really is based on seniority, it's based on the collective bargaining agreement, and it's based on the education code when it comes to that. And obviously there's a significant impact if the resolutions are not approved and moving forward. And obviously meeting the statutory deadlines becomes an issue. The grand total for all of that is $7 million for the central reductions from the SBAC process, $5 million of classroom reductions from staffing to teachers to ratio, $12 million of the total ongoing reductions that you see before you. And we'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion here. Does anybody have anything to start off with? Ms. Kenny?
Could we go back to the slide with the classroom staffing ratios? So just wanted to remind us and people who might be watching that while in elementary, so the first 3 lines, because students are in the same classroom all day with their teachers, when we have a staffing ratio, that is typically then the size of a classroom.
Yes.
Yes, there are averages, et cetera. When we staff for middle school and high school, the teachers have a prep period, so they're only teaching 5 out of 6 periods. When they're in that 6th period, the kids have to go somewhere else who would normally be with that teacher. So those staffing ratios are how we assign the teachers to the classes, to the sites. will not reflect what the average class size, again, I'm saying average, which is 35 students. So I don't want anyone to walk away thinking, oh, if my student has 32 kids in their class, obviously the class is overcrowded.
Correct.
I have a quick question about that slide. I don't know why I think TK is 20 and not 24.
This year is 24 to 1. Next year it changes.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to say that we're in a pivotal time in the field of education. In the last month and a half, five small liberal arts colleges have closed in the last weeks, right, in 2025 across the nation. So for many of you, you know that my day job is also in education, and I spend 3, 4, 5 hours per week in meetings talking about budgets and education. And I just don't want anybody to think that Pasadena is exceptional. There is a lot of pressure all across the state, all across different levels of the education system, to deal with the decline in enrollment across the country and all of the other implications that has on education. In addition, we have a trend in our federal policy that looks quite discouraging as we start looking at some of the proposed legislation that will have a direct impact in the work that we do. And then we have the third layer that's very specific to our community, which is the environmental crisis that we're going through. So I think that we have 3 very particular situations that are complicating what will be an ongoing trend. And I feel like I have to say that because we said that last year in March, in April, in May, in June. We then created a task force to address it. We left here in December knowing that this is where we were going to be this year, only delayed by extenuating circumstances that have only made our situation even more precarious, right? So this is a very difficult situation, but it is not a surprise. As we move forward, because I understand very well that we are going to have a persistent, we're going to have to be here again here. I really feel strongly that we really need to look at some of the contracts and some of the contracts that we have in this district and really make strides towards eliminating some and evaluating and really assessing the effectiveness of some of the contracts that we have. Do we have measures to really understand whether or not the outcomes of that investment are yielding any results? And even if they are, they have to be really significant because we're not in a position to continue to support all of the contracts. So I need everybody in this community whose work is supported by contracts to know that their situation in the very near future will change very drastically. I come from an environment where it's just so funny because on Fridays I am arguing with my provost, how can you run a university without professors? And then on Thursday I'm arguing here Well, we do need the comprehensive student, right? So there is some cognitive dissonance in my own discourse, and I'm very much in conflict because of that. But ultimately, here's my rationale, and that is when you trim the fat, it's not enough, which is something that I've been trying to tell my colleagues at my workplace too. If we eliminate all of the VPs, it's not enough. And that is a very difficult thing to accept and understand and embrace, because the need far exceeds the resources, and we value all of the services that we give and provide here in PUSD. Otherwise, we wouldn't give them. But we do not have the resources to meet all of the program and position demands that we have currently. And we knew it in March, we knew it in April, we knew it in May, we've known it in December. And we've been agonizing since January 8th because we knew we were gonna have to be here. The last thing I wanna say is I value teachers and I appreciate families, and I value and I love this city. I've personally gave up a lot to love this city. A whole ocean. And we're gonna have to have conversations that start from a point of the presumption of good intentions. I'm gonna say something that I've never said here, but as we move forward, we're gonna have to consider the consolidation of programs if we continue to face significant cuts in enrollment.
Mr. Harden.
So I appreciate all of the preamble because it helps set the stage for the fact that, as we indicated, that colleagues are indicating, this has been a challenge for us, not just since the fires, but well before. So I appreciate that detail. It's tempting to get into what-ifism, so I want to restrain myself on that. But I will say, given what we've heard tonight and the state of where we are today, having just come through this disaster, wellness and mental health are important for our kids more than ever. I worry about any impacts that we're going to make to wellness services. It concerns me. I know, I believe we need those now more than ever. I think we're looking at cutting a significant number of wellness resources in our TOSA pool. Can you talk a little bit about, what the future looks like now that we'll have, gone through that? You're talking about, I think Dr. Hill said, there's going to be a restructuring to that program a little bit to kind of fill the gap. Can you maybe talk about that a little bit in terms of implementation moving forward?
And I'll include Dr. Reynoso also because, the wellness, I just really have to give a lot of kudos to her and her team for getting us to where we are now, which in light of this disaster doesn't even feel like it's enough, right? I will be very honest that, I think all of us in this room and outside of this room really were hoping that somehow $37 million would be gifted to us, because certainly, as Mr. Fine was saying, pre-fire, we were already grappling with how hard it would be to let go of some of these services. And so now post-fire, we really see that the long-term effects require some steady, support. However, we have been talking prior to that about the position of the coaches, right, is only one factor in providing wellness services. It's a very important factor. I don't want to discount that. We are certainly folks who, I think have advocated for teachers in special assignment and having coaches, and in fact, over time, having coaches who specialize not just in one area, but in another and in another. That was a luxury that we were given and that we thank the public and the board for, because what we really know as teachers in our core is that when you step into a classroom and you serve students, you serve the whole child anyway. I'm not there just as a math teacher. I am not there just as someone who's dispensing information on the academic end. I have to ensure that I have relationships with my students. I have to ensure that they are doing okay so that we can be ready to learn. And sometimes we might not be ready to learn, and we handle that too. And so educators are equipped on many levels to take care of the whole child. We've had the luxury in these coach positions to specialize. But I would never say that a wellness coach couldn't also help you with your academic instruction. I would never say that an instructional coach couldn't also help you with wellness. And so I think we do have to come back to a time where we remember who we are foundationally in our roots, what we were trained to do as educators. And so that's really kind of the core of what this redesign might look like. You know that for several years we've been working to implement a framework around multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, and that really is what MTSS is asking us to do, is to take care of the component parts of academics alongside social, emotional, behavioral, attendance, engagement, all of those good things, because they recognize how importantly and intricately connected they all are. So our coaching model is going to look at it returning to that kind of foundation. We do not have, we have draft proposals that have been written. We have, we've redrafted job descriptions. In no way do we expect people who used to specialize in 3 things that are now going to be intersected to do all of the exact same tasks of 3 individual people. However, nuances and priorities in each of those areas can still be addressed with a support person at a school site. So I don't know if Dr. Reynoso wants to speak about other areas of wellness. Yeah.
Well, I think it's a great question. And I think in my many, many years of being an educator, it is always a promise to evaluate and to reflect on what you've built and what you've seen and the goodness and the facts and the challenges. And I think that's where we're at right now. As Dr. Hill mentioned, we did launch our multi-tiered systems of support, and that's a place where we need to give complete support to our classroom teachers. They are the ones who are with our kids all day long. Not a coach, not a wellness teacher, not an EL coach, although absolutely instrumental and have the expertise that I am so proud to be a part of. But I do believe that our teachers are capable and they are wonderful and they can do this. I think they've also had incredible support. If we're speaking about the RTI Wellness specifically, they have had great support, and I think they have come alongside our teachers. And I was just speaking with one of our RTI Wellness teachers today, and she says they're ready, they can do this, and because of their investment in the educators in the classroom, they are the ones who we have to count on the most. And I will stand by each and every one of our teachers to provide that support, whatever that is. We're working with Western Justice. But this new approach to what we're looking at and in the new design goes along with our strategic plan. It honors every single one of those areas, and that is where we're at. And we are a district that has always been on the front lines, being innovative and looking at what is best for our students, and how do we make sure that our teachers are prepared and the best educators that we can possibly have. And I don't think this is going to be any different. It's a time of evaluation, and this is what we need to do. But as Dr. Hill has said earlier, we're not going to go without. We've seen many different forms of this, but social emotional learning equips our students to be academically ready. And so we know that that's going to be a compilation, and we're going to do an even better job, I know, with this. But I have to say, first and foremost, I've loved being a part of what we've done over the last couple of years. It has changed the way we look at things in this district, and I know it will continue to strengthen the work we do.
Anybody else? Ms. Fredericks?
Dr. Hill, I'm going to keep following up with the same line of questioning. I guess I'm just not getting like the, I'm trying to imagine what you're talking about with the restructuring. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to say, does this mean these new job descriptions will be one person handling 3 roles? Or is this like, one person wearing 3 hats? Or is it like, we just laid off these 3 people that have these specialties, and now we're going to make this existing staff member do those 3 things. I'm just not picturing what you're.
Sure.
But
and I think what you described is actually all things that are not how we want them to be seen. So yes.
Please.
So thank you for the opportunity to clarify. No, I actually was able to attend the Coaches Weekly meeting this Monday. That's where the TOSAs have their network. And I reminded them of a time. I mean, I've been here for 25 years, so we've gone through a lot of ups and downs and changes. When I first came into the school district, I was teaching at Washington Middle, now Octavia Butler. And at the time, that school had something called a CRT, a curriculum resource teacher, mm-hmm. and an LDRT, a language development resource teacher. I found out later when I went to other schools that other schools only had maybe a CRT or something like that. However, this was sort of the mentor person, the person who would, help you, organize your materials. As a new teacher, I thought that they were very supportive, coming into my classroom and kind of guiding me, observing me, giving me feedback. And then we shifted to a model where, okay, we did not have that anymore. We now have this sort of total package of an instructional coach, because technically, as a teacher, you not only take care of instruction, you take care of language development for your English learners who are in your classroom. You take care of any accommodations and modifications that your students with IEPs have. You have a mixed bag, and you have a mixed skill set. And so when we transitioned to the time of the instructional coach, that was really sort of the intent, is that we coach teachers into sort of that multi-skill set application. And so over time and with emergency funds, we were able to say, you know what, we can give more people to help with these same things. And so over time, we sort of specialized and said, you can take care of the instructional piece and you can take care of the wellness piece. But truly, at the core, we've always kind of taken care of both. And so schools and at the onset of each of these positions, including the EL coach, there were schools who didn't necessarily have 3 individuals either. Some had 2, some had 1, some had 3. And so there's always been sort of a fluidity in terms of what that coach coaches into. And I would say that in any time when you can have more of something, you would typically say, good, then you can help more people. So maybe it helps you sort of scale out more. But all of these individuals really at the core were coaching into sort of improved practices, maybe in their area of specialty, or supporting and modeling with students and things like that in their area of specialty. Without the luxury of having this job sort of be parceled out across more people, the schools will have to make sort of some prioritization decisions around, maybe not every single teacher engages in a coaching cycle. Maybe I prioritize teachers who are newer. Maybe I prioritize teachers who have, said that they need help in a certain area. And so what the job is really going to, and that's why the job description is still really in development, is it's taking the priority components that we say are really important to understand for instruction, that are really important to understand for social emotional wellness, and are really important to understand for multilingual learners, and saying these are the kind of things that we would want this individual to come equipped with or be ready to do. But it is not taking 3 separate job descriptions and saying all of those tasks are going to go to this one person. An example that we gave with the principals is that at some schools, the sheer number of students who are multilingual learners will necessitate that if they had a coach, that person would focus on strategies that were around English language development, because that's really the primary need at the school. And so that particular coach may spend more time working on those types of instructional strategies. At other schools where we are seeing a significant amount of suspension or behavioral concerns or lack of engagement, some chronic absenteeism, perhaps it's really more goals around wellness and well-being. And if they have the benefit of a coach, that person ends up focusing on strategies that are more around that. So it is true that we are asking for a multi-skilled individual to be carrying on these duties, but we do not anticipate that they would meet all of the different tasks that 3 different individuals used to meet. Does that?
I asked a teacher at a school, I said, what is give me the 2 top positions in this school that affects all students. And they said RTI coach and EL coach. What's going to happen to the RTI coach and EL coach at this school? The RTI coach is gone, right? So is the EL coach, right?
I don't know which school.
Okay, well, no.
Okay.
I thought all the RTI were all going to...
So all those positions are closing?
Yeah.
Yes.
So...
Okay.
So this school then would have a different position opened up?
They would have a coach.
That would... Again, and now I'm just thinking,
So the
that would do...
superintendent would like to say something.
Yeah, so I want to bring up something.
Sorry,
about
I didn't mean to
No, it's
interrupt
okay,
you.
about mental health. In all the people we have are valuable. Every single person, right? They help teachers, they help principals, they help children. And we were a district without these positions the first time I worked here in 2010. We had more children. I'm not saying it was ideal situations, right? We had some LDRTs and some instructional coaches. And children's needs have definitely changed. But we still will have social workers. We're still going to have counselors. We're still going to have psychologists. We're still going to have nurses. We're still going to have school-based mental health. We're still going to have the Thrive program. So I don't want anyone to think that all of a sudden we're not going to meet the mental health needs. So we launched behavioral RTI in 2010. We launched it with training the teachers and the principals how to do RTI. In some schools, out of their own categorical money, we're able to create these other positions that you're talking about, right? And there was a lot of inequity in the system. And so we took central funds because we saw these best practices when we had them, and we created these positions to address the needs. And it's a really difficult time, and our district is shrinking, but we still are required to give these services to students. And I don't want to promise that we can hire these other positions that we've been reimagining, because we were having the same conversations as Mr. Fine talked about. Do we pink slip everybody that's paid out of federal funds because we don't know what's going to happen? And we made the decision not to do that because we felt like, well, the state's going to have to step in and help us somehow, because everybody's going to be in the same boat if all of a sudden our federal funding is gone. We also created RTI, English learner instructional aid positions, and one round of the LCAP where the instructional aides could give services and also help with the assessments of English learners. So many of our schools still have that kind of personnel. And then there is a thing in our contract that's called adjunct duty, right? And all teachers are really required to do that. And when you look at other districts our size and you say, how do they address all of these things that are required, that these people that we love and don't want to lose, but don't have a choice right at the moment, how do they get it done? And some of it is through adjunct duty, paying additional, hourly money to teachers, that their people have passions, right? And they'll help in those areas. So it's not going to be the same. I don't want to say that it would be, the same as having a wellness teacher all day long, that any child's upset, they can go to the wellness teacher. But there still is going to be a lot of additional wellness services for the students that attend PUSD.
I know teachers appreciate someone that could just, pull out a student if they just need some time, and maybe that's just a luxury now.
I don't disagree with them.
But no, I agree. Like there was a time when my kids were in elementary school, and I'm like, I don't remember that position. We had the curriculum resource teacher, and we didn't have RTI, and so.
Well, and if I may, so we have a former colleague. He was a principal in this district, who's now the superintendent at Moreno Valley, which is a large school district. And he texted me the other day when they're making similar decisions, and he said, "How many TOSAs do you all have there again?" And I gave him the number, and he said, "Oh, okay." And I said, "Is that shocking to you? Is that good? Is that?" And he said, "We have 28 for the entire school district. I don't." And so, again, different positions, different priorities, different things. So I do think that I have valued these positions. I've been before. I can't deny that I'm the one who's asked you for these positions in the past. I, feel a lot of guilt in maybe not having the foresight to think about the long-term, impact of having this many positions. But we do consider their work valuable. And I'm very happy to hear that a teacher said that the two most impactful positions were those two. But adjustments will have to be made. So, like I said, there's nothing here that wouldn't impact a school at this point, but we are going to mitigate it to the best of our ability and, really ensure that we focus on the other personnel who we do still have the ability to employ, who can support in these areas. So, and strengthen what we can do with our teachers.
Dr. Canal, you were talking about having earlier estimates for staffing. Like, you started that like in November, then December, you met with the principals. So are you hoping that that will become earlier and earlier so that estimations, not earlier and earlier. Yeah, it would be earlier, right? Is that what or do you think that is the best timing?
Yes, this is definitely the earliest I've ever done the projections. I mentioned most folks do it around spring, and that is the time that budget begins to ask for information as well. So that's the time that typically we would look at the data, and the more data that you have obviously obtained, the better your projections have begun. Last year we started, I want to say it was February, perhaps the latest March, but I know that we began right around February. And I'll do a little shout out to Dr. Rennie, wherever he's at. He worked really hard although I heard that he watches every now and then. So maybe he's out there watching. So Dr. Rennie and Dr. Alcazar, as you know, my director in HR, went in a room and for a couple of days and really looked at a model for trying to help with our attrition rates and really predict by grade level, by cohorts. Cohort is the survival cohort of all my first graders who are now become second, my second graders who become third. We call that a survival cohort rate. And really looking at that data. And if I'm not mistaken, the work that Dr. Rennie and this model that he helped build with working with Dr. Alcazar really gave us a really good predictor in terms of our enrollment for the following year. I think we were the closest that Pasadena has ever been in terms of projecting enrollment. That's always super helpful to determining our staffing needs. Bless you. But so the earliest that I would have done is December. I'm still comfortable, definitely with the numbers that we're using for predicting for staffing. I would not recommend doing it any earlier than December. Mm-hmm. So that is the earliest. I don't know any other folks in the San Gabriel Valley that started doing their staffing. I think part of the reason for us was knowing that we were going to have these difficult decisions, because when we ended last year, as has been mentioned by some of the members of the board, last year there was already conversation about some of these tough decisions that were going to have to be done this year. And there was already a decision about forming the SBAC. So with that in mind, that is what caused us to start looking at staffing earlier, hence the beginning the conversations in November. And the reason we started in November is because you need a fixed point in time to look at enrollment trends, and we typically use census data. So the October data was captured by the state, and we use that as a point of reference throughout the last 7 or 10 years. So we have to wait till that day occurs. Once that data is reported, then we start gathering the data in November to meet in December. I wouldn't suggest doing it any earlier than December, but it's proven to be, we were being mindful and planning ahead to doing our staffing models for this year. So that kind of gives you a little bit about the timeline. Would I recommend doing it any earlier than that? No. And we definitely couldn't do it before October because we wouldn't have the census data to begin with. And that's what begins the process.
So what I'm getting at is I think you're trying to get the right timing such that it's as accurate of numbers as we can get, so we're not overstaffing. Then we got to lay off a bunch of people, and then it's so just traumatic. So is that what you're sort of getting?
Absolutely.
Us to be at?
Yes.
Okay. And then I don't know if anybody explained yet the SBAC, the Superintendent Budget Advisory Committee, had recommended facilities and wellness at 100% funded, but then the staff recommended 98 and 95. Did anybody explain the gap there and why?
Yeah, certainly. I think they did prioritize them maintaining their total packages. We still found in the wellness services, I think, has been explained with the inclusion of the RTI wellness coaches in the coach redesign. And the facilities and maintenance, I actually think you would have more detail, but we did find some reductions that they were able to make, given that that now that we had the referendum on the bond and all of that, that we were able to say that maybe these are cuts that we could make reasonably right now.
Are these like vacant positions, or what is the cuts?
Yeah.
So I should clarify that the SBAC committee priority ranked the packages. They didn't say cut this and don't cut that. Okay, so there were priority rankings. We used that to inform the packages that would get reduced, and so, but there were still some efficiencies that we could find even in the departments that were prioritized the highest. Facilities was one of those. So there weren't vacancies. There were some positions in facilities that were eligible to be funded with bond funds, but were not previously funded with bond funds, and it was sufficient to produce about $300,000 in savings.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kenny?
I know we've had a bunch of context tonight, both from FICMAT and then from you guys, and I just wanted to add a little bit more. I think we have to recognize that PUSD had budget surpluses for quite a few years, but we didn't really kind of share that with our employees. But that really has changed over the last 3 years with significant increases to salaries, so that we made a lot of progress in getting our salaries comparable to other districts, or I should say our total compensation. And those actions really did have an effect on our expenditures. They really increased what we spend. But I mean, it was the right thing to do. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have done it. I'm saying we should have done it. We did it, but it had an effect. It's one of the factors that has helped us be in the position we're in. And there's a couple things that I want to remind us that were factors we talked a lot about maybe 5-7 years ago, but they haven't gone away. And those two are employee benefit costs, such as pensions and health benefits, and the cost of special education. So we don't talk about them as much, but they are still there. And so before the meeting, I was comparing 23-24 actuals with 13-14 actuals. So kind of like Mr. Hine did about looking at a 10-year interval. LCFF revenue increased almost 70% during that time, even as we've had declining enrollment because it was not fully funded at the beginning. But employee benefit costs have grown by 130%. And that was everything all together, but we know that pension costs went up a lot. We know we've had a little reprieve on healthcare, but it is starting to go up again as well. Special education expenditures have increased by approximately 125%. So more than doubled. And within that, expenditures on special ed services have increased by over 360%. So these are just kind of these ongoing factors. So even as we get past kind of the crunch we're in right now, where the hold harmless from COVID's going away and the kind of cliff of the one-time funding, these things are still with us and will continue to be with us. And I don't want to say too much about this tonight because I think there'll be more conversations in the future, but I kind of want to reflect on the process of budget and personnel decisions from this year and last year and express a hope for the future. I don't think that the board has had a very significant role in the process of coming up with the budget decisions. And then it comes to us here in the February timeframe when we're dealing with personnel reductions, and we are struggling a little bit to figure out what they mean in terms of the impact to our students. And so I know if we can't figure it out, probably it's not as easy to understand for our families and our other staff. And so, for instance, the SBAC, and I know that we saw all the material the committee saw, and I still am trying to figure out from this package to this package what went away, what was kept. I'm hoping that we can figure out a way that we can improve this, and I think there are benefits to doing that. As the elected representatives of the community, we really hear from people about what they value and need to be able to reflect that back. I don't think that we need to be saved from having to make these decisions. This is what this job is, and really helping translate the values and the wants and the desires of the strategic plan into the district and the vision of the district we want to build. This is what the budget is. I mean, it feels like, cuts are, all we're doing is cutting. But we're really saying the one thing we still really value is this. And that's why I might have to let go of this, this, and this, because I remember what we really, really value, and we're all together on that.
So I think also we need to come up with a comprehensive vision for the future of the district. That is what we really need to do here. So we have two more people. We have Ms. McKenzie, and then public comment. So, oh yes, and then Ms. Bailey. Mackenzie, Bailey. And then
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm just going to say briefly that nobody runs for office to eliminate jobs and to make these kinds of difficult decisions. If there were other avenues available to us, other options available to us, we would be doing anything but looking at having to accept the recommendations that have come forward to us tonight. All of us have a vested interest in our community, in the district, in our students and our families, and our employees as well. This is not easy, it is not ideal, and it is not where any of us want to be. Yet we accepted a responsibility to carry out our fiduciary role as members of this governance team, and it is going to require us to do things that exhibit leadership but may be unpopular. And I think that this decision before us is one of those times when you have to do the thing that is unpopular, yet it is the right thing. And I think that there is courage in acknowledging that doing what's necessary is not necessarily what's popular. So I am certainly not excited about having to move forward with making this kind of a decision, because one of the reasons that I even ran for the school board is because I advocated for the creation of our RTI wellness coaches to support our students. And so now to be in a position of having to make cuts to those roles that I know are vital to supporting our students' academic needs does not feel good. So that said, I think that all of us are struggling with the decision before us, and we are doing so under the most difficult set of circumstances. Yes, we knew that a fiscal stabilization plan was going to be in our future, but we had no idea that it was going to be exacerbated by a natural disaster of this magnitude. So it feels like we are inflicting additional pain on people who have already suffered the unimaginable. And if there were a way for us to not have to make this decision, we would have done that. We have made appeals, and there has been advocacy around all kinds of other options, avenues, ways to delay this decision, efforts to seek additional revenue, et cetera. And we have not had any of those efforts yield us another path except for what we are here to do tonight. So with a very heavy heart, I think that we're going to be faced to have to make very difficult decisions this evening, and it does not feel good, but it is what we have been called to do as leaders.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Ms. Bailey?
Wow, Board Member McKenzie, that's, you hit the nail on the head with that. Thank you for your comments. I just have, I need a point of clarity. It seems like the fact that the district was fined for underfunding the classroom is something that's being said over and over in a way that it's implying that somehow we are exhibiting bad management as far as funds to the classroom. So I would like to know if we're overstaffed with teachers, what area of the classroom was underfunded that caused us to have to get a fine or to be fined? I don't understand.
So I think you're referring to the direct classroom expense percentage, the 55%?
I have no idea what it is. I just know that's what I'm hearing.
I don't believe we were fined for it because we did apply for a waiver last year and are requesting the board to approve the submission of a waiver also for last fiscal year would be what you would be approving tonight, and then a year ago a waiver was approved for the year before that. And because of the substantial amount of ESSER funds that districts received over the last 2 fiscal years, because so much of the ESSER funds were not spent on what's considered direct classroom expenditures, which are really only teacher salary costs, personnel costs for teachers, and aides in the classroom. But because ESSER was so disproportionately spent on other types of supports, it had a huge impact on that percentage. And so statewide, I think it's something like a third of districts were seeking a waiver because they were below the 55%. And the biggest factor, again, was the existence of those COVID relief funds. I believe in the 23-24 year, last school year, but for those COVID relief funds, we would have been above the required 55%.
So we received a fine, right? What were we fined for?
The admin teacher ratio. And I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit, but there were several factors for that.
Yeah, please, because it really sounds like it's a really bad thing here.
So there's another state law, which is the administrator to teacher ratio, and it's a requirement for districts to have, I'm going to oversimplify a little bit, but it's basically 8 administrators for every 100 teachers. It excludes the administrators that are federally funded, and so there's a requirement to maintain this ratio, and I believe it sounds like there was I think, was it one administrator above the ratio, which resulted in that fine of, I think it was about $90,000.
But for some additional context, it's called admin teacher ratio, but the law's really looking for in the classroom versus certificated out of the classroom. And so because we've had a lot of TOSA 1s and TOSA 2s, they're certificated staff. They're not administrators with an administrator credential, but in that ratio, they count in the administrator bucket, not the teacher bucket, depending on their duties, because they're not doing instruction for kids. And the admin teacher ratio is really saying, do you have a lot of instruction going on? And it might be the same thing on that other form, because I don't know that all of the out of the classroom teachers are in the right object code for their salaries. They're in a different salary code than the classroom teachers. So again, we wouldn't be counting them in the instruction total, and so it might be not contributing to the 55% because they're more supporting the teachers than doing direct instruction.
So what did we just do to mitigate that? The TOSAs. So
it should be getting better.
So that the calculation is dependent also upon how they're funded. So federally funded
I get
people
what you're saying.
aren't
I was
counted.
just trying to understand when you think I didn't think of the TOSAs as administrators, and I wasn't clear that the TOSAs were the factor in this whole equation. I'm thinking administrators like principals or district level administrators. So thank you for helping to clear that up, because it wasn't clear to me. Still, when it's conveyed the way it was conveyed in the room tonight and the way it's conveyed in the media, it sounds as if we've done something really wrong, that we're doing something irresponsible. And, I just want to make sure that the messaging, when it doesn't sound right out there, that we're clear in here. We need to make sure that the message is clear. So thank you.
Tina, do you have a question?
Yes.
And then we have to go to public comments. We got to wrap this up.
Okay. 2 questions. Did the superintendent budget advisory committee review the $70 million in contract services for cost cutting? How much was cut due to in this budget? Why or why not? And were central office positions considered for layoffs by central office positions? I'm referring to positions where employees work at the central office on a daily basis without interacting with students at the school sites.
So yes to your first question, yes to your last question. The middle question, I can't quantify right now the amount of reductions, but I can provide some clarification about this $70 million. So what it's in reference to is last year, 23-24, there were in the general fund, which includes all general fund, unrestricted and restricted, there were $74 million of expenditures in what we call contracted services, but it's basically everything that's not a payroll personnel expense, and it's not supplies, and it's not equipment. So it's kind of a very large category of spending, and it was $74 million total last school year. Of that $74 million, $52 million of it is in general fund restricted, which means they're restricted grants like the funds we get for special education from the state and federal government. And in fact, the largest component of that $52 million on the restricted side is for special education. But it also includes other restricted grants. So to the extent we were to reduce the spending on some of those restricted grants, it would be replaced by other spending in the restricted general fund and would not result in fewer cuts in the general fund unrestricted. Okay, so I think while it's true that there was $70-ish million spent on contracts, I think mentioning that while also saying that if we were only to reduce that, we wouldn't be confronted with these difficult decisions, I think is unhelpful to the public's understanding of what we're facing. And I think the idea that there are a lot of low-hanging fruit and painless reductions that we could have made to avoid this is not true. So I do want to clarify that. So of the $74 million, about $22 million is unrestricted general fund. The largest components of that are about $9 million for utilities, electricity, water, gas. About $5 million is for the liability insurance that we're now making use of after the fire to compensate for the loss of our properties. About $3.5 million is for transportation. It's primarily also for special education students. And so there isn't a lot of fat, so to speak. And so I just really want to clarify that for the public, because I think we do the public a disservice when we make it seem that there are easier decisions that we're not making. And so this isn't in response to you, Board Member Fredericks. I just think that in the public discourse, the source of this information, I think it's important not to mislead people, and it's important not to give people false hope, and because that just makes things more painful and more difficult.
I'm going to push back a little. If you heard that, then if it were in the presentation, then it would be immediately just dispelled as a,
Yeah, no, and I'm not responding to you as much as the responsibility I think a lot of us have in the public discourse to not give people false hope that we could have avoided this by some easy choices, because I think that's just a lot more upsetting for the public.
Ms. Bailey? Who else? No? Okay. Oh, it's the superintendent. Sorry.
So Mr. Bravo-Crimi did cover a lot of what I was going to say about contracts. I do want to say one more thing about them. I think we should take the deep dive and look at them. But a lot of the contracts are paid out of categorical funds. And I just want to give a couple examples of like some of the services. So what we pay for maybe, I'll say, a contract with College Access Plan might be the cost of one teacher, and that's a categorical fund. It's not out of a general fund teacher, but we're going to get like a whole team of people because they go out and get a bunch of grants besides the little money that we give them. So they're servicing all of the students in the high schools, right? So it's the return on investment is expanded. The same with like our reading partners. They get all these grants and then they come to us and say, okay, we're going to bring you a whole team of volunteers to help lots of children, for like 7 schools for $10,000 each or $5,000 each, right? So when we do this deep dive on contracts, we need to look at each one individually and the funding source, because we can't just transfer the community schools money into a general fund teacher salary or, the Title I money or the ELOP money. And what Mr. Bravo-Crimi was describing in these contracts that are restricted are these restricted funds. And many times we use these resources because they can bring more people than we would be able to hire with just one person. So, but it definitely deserves a look at, because we are going to be coming back here again, like in the future, having to make difficult decisions. And those are the kind of things I think that Mrs. Kenny was saying she'd like to have more choices and understanding of as well.
Thank you very much. We will now go to public comment.
Frances Milnes, Ricardo Peinado,
Hello, my name is Dr. Ricardo Peinado. I've been in PUSD for about 25 years now already as a school psychologist. And I'd like to point out a couple of things as the cuts are being considered and so on and so on and so forth. So on that first slide that you see there, I kept hearing comments about lower reduction or disenrollment going smaller and smaller. But when you look at the special education population, as I presented last year, it's not decreasing, it is increasing. So we need to take a closer look as to what's going on. Is And I was glad to hear a little bit about MTSS, RTI, but what I didn't hear was any specific data as to where are they improving or whatnot, because as you look at the other slides that I have for you is how many Fs our high school students are earning. So this past semester, throughout PUSD, high school students, on average, 1,500 Fs. Last school year, during the spring semester, over 1,500 Fs. Last year, in the fall semester, over 1,500 Fs, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of stuff going on that we're not looking more deep into. Why is that? Why are our students not passing what they need to pass, and so on and so forth? Where does it start? Where are resources actually being allocated? And I think as a couple of people have already mentioned as to are we getting our bang for our bucks, and so on and so on and so forth. So that's what I want you guys to have in mind as the topic of what cuts are going to be made, because if we're going to do more cuts, I don't know if we're going to see an increase in number of Fs and the number of increase in the number of special ed students qualifying for those services, because RTI and MTSS is not quite working as we would like. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, because at this time we're all despeinados. Dr. Bernardo and Adeline Wick.
No? Okay, so we are finished with the public comment for that item, and we are going to move on here. Action item K. Dr. Sergio Canal, approval of resolution 2804, certificated layoffs.
I would offer a sweep for K1 and 2 motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
I would like to make a comment.
You may make a comment.
All right.
I want to make an amendment, but I don't know what order to do that in.
All right. Can I make my comment?
Okay. Yes, make your comment.
So I think we all would agree that it's unfortunate always to have to anytime have to do personnel reductions, but we know that our budget situation calls for reduced spending, and because 80 to 90% of our education expenditures are for personnel, that when we have big budget cuts, it will affect people. Our fiscal stability plan, the last few meetings that we've had those presentations, was about 25 million in budget reductions, and we saw in the previous presentation that it looks like this year we're aiming to cut about 12. So I think we all have to recognize that we will see a similar size of cuts next year. What I'll say about these certificated reductions is that they are mainly at the school site, so I know that parents and staff at the school sites feel very affected by it. We did do a significant number of central office reductions last year. And actually, a lot of the classified reductions are for our central office personnel, whether it's facilities or business. And I want to recognize, because sometimes I think we hope that even if we have fewer people, we can do the same amount of work. And at some point, we have to recognize that people are not superhuman beings, and so there will be a reduction in services. And I think we have to recognize that, but remember which are the services that we're prioritizing and keeping.
Ms. Fredericks?
I'd like to make an amendment to K1 resolution for the layoffs of certificated. I understand there's 22 RTI wellness positions that we're eliminating. Am I correct? That's the number I got in the questions. Is it 22 or 23? I think it's 22. Okay. So my amendment is to keep 22 RTI. That means each site would keep their RTI. And so that would bring the 57 down to 35.5. And I understand that that position is 120,000.
So do you have a recommended
Yes.
cut in that position to fill? So if you bring them back, that's going to be added costs. So
In
what are
which
you going to
case-
substitute it for?
In which case, staff would need to find other areas to cut. And there are areas that were not fully investigated. So amend this,
Which
and then you
areas?
find other positions or other costs.
Okay, so hold on. Yes, there is a second. There's a motion and a second.
No, she's making an amendment.
Yes, I know, but there's a motion and a
I'm
second.
saying it's in her amendment, not a second.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So she's,
So
but
you have
Michelle,
an-
Trustee Bailey's asking a question. Did you?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
We need to, for a second for this.
Second.
You're seconding this amendment? Okay. Okay.
Are you suggesting that money comes from?
She's saying you want to remove 22 people.
From reduction, yes.
Right. That would change the amount.
RTI code.
The target. Yeah.
2.6 million.
Well, I think it's closer to 3.
Okay,
Would we
so
say it's
find 3 million.
150,000 roughly per?
So if
Okay,
you could
then I'd
find-
like to make an amendment for classified employees then. I mean, if we're going to do this, if we're going to go back to the drawing board, let's go back to the drawing board.
We're going to have to extend this meeting, but the superintendent, do you
We've
have
already
something to say
extended it.
here?
We can't do it again.
We've had a process, and we've explained the process to you. So anybody who's making a suggestion, don't tell the staff to go back and find more money. Tell me where you would like me to get the money.
Exactly. So we have, is there a second for the amendment? Mr. Harden, so
We're gonna have to
friendly
vote on-
amendment? No, we're going to vote for the amendment.
We have to vote on
Okay,
it.
so we're going to call for the vote for the amendment. Roll call.
Okay, Tara Bundsmith? This is an amendment.
Okay, yes, but I'd like to make a comment later on about this item.
Okay. Well, no, we're moving ahead with this vote right now. We don't have that.
No, it's about.
Okay, excuse me, I am running this meeting. We're moving ahead.
Did she know what she was voting on?
About the
amendment,
Yes.
The actual vote.
Scott Harden,
Yes.
Kimberly Kenny,
No.
Michelle Richardson Bailey,
No.
Patrice Marshall McKenzie,
No.
Dr. Jarma Velasquez,
No.
Tina Fredericks,
Yes.
Jennifer Holly.
No.
The motion fails.
So let's have a vote on the
I would like to
original
make a
motion.
comment first.
Quickly.
All right, yes. So action items K and 1 and 2 were heavily discussed amongst the student assembly. The board should note that as students ourselves, the assembly represents the student body who will be severely directly affected by these layoffs. Our class sizes will increase, affecting our ability to receive a valuable and detailed education. One of the things PUSD has are teachers who are student-oriented and take the time to make sure their students are doing okay mentally and academically. With larger class sizes, students will be under a lot of more pressure and we will have a lot less time to reach out to students. Also, our city just went through a horrible situation with the Eaton fire. Some of these teachers have lost their houses and being laid off will seriously affect their situations. We feel that the timing to choose to lay off 115 positions is horrible. Though we're not saying that it would have been better to postpone the date to give teachers notice, that would have made a major effect on their ability to find another job, considering they need to find a new position before the next school year. From a student's perspective, it's not worth laying off 115 positions just to stay in the black for 3 years. Ms. Kenny, you talked about the importance of focusing on what's really important to us. From a student's perspective, teachers are our role models and our support, and they are what is really important to us. So on behalf of the Student Assembly, our vote is no.
Okay, thank you. let's have a vote for the, okay, well, I'm going to listen to Fatima. Yes?
Okay, so this is, I have a motion and a second for a split for K1 and K2.
Yes.
That's what we're voting on right now.
That's, wait, okay, so hold on. Yes, we can do a discussion, but who's first? Okay, Bailey?
So I hear what you're saying, and I'm right there with you, but I really would like for staff to explain what happens if we don't take these actions this evening, as hard as it is, and talk about what you've done to try to help mitigate this briefly.
Yes, briefly, Mr. Swan.
Sure. So if reductions aren't made now, it will necessitate substantially larger reductions the following year. So being in the black, balancing our outlook is not an end in and of itself. It's a means to an end. The means to the end is providing for stable resources in the future for all students, including those that are going to be with us for a long time. So it's not our objective to balance the budget. That's not what we're here for. That's not what we care about. We care about education. Even Mr. Mike Fine, who's been a finance professional in education for his entire career almost, explained it better than I can about with deteriorating finances, if we don't address them, it's going to affect all of the services that we provide at all aspects of the district. To more specifically answer your question, ultimately, if we don't act and our level of financial distress reaches a certain level, then the state would take action on our behalf. The reason why that's so rare that these districts ultimately get taken over in the receivership, the reason why it's so rare is because ultimately most districts do take the necessary action.
Any more discussion here? Oh, no, I think you wanted something about mitigated actions? There wasn't a second?
I just want to make sure that
we understand the seriousness of this going forward.
I would like to call for the vote.
We're going to, thank you very much. Roll call, please. No, she called for the vote. We're playing by the rules.
A call for the vote
She
requires
called for the
a vote. Call for the vote.
Let's vote to call for the vote.
Can we just let her speak really quickly? The thing is, when you have the discussion, everyone needs to have an opportunity to speak before you call for the vote.
Go ahead.
So I want to echo Trustee Bondsmith's comment about timing. You know, yes, we have compliance. We have to do the 3-year, multi-year projections, and LACO won't take us over. But we just experienced the second most destructive fire in the history of California. And I'm just going to restate that a lot of our staff and students and families, their entire home has been destroyed. So I will say that, you think this county would take us over? The district that just experienced the most devastating fire? Really? That is cruel. So we have to understand the context, the historical context. Yes, every year we have to hit the number, but we don't think this is a very exceptional year, that we can just give stability to our students, our teachers. I mean, you couldn't even vote on it, like $3 million just so there's like a wellness person in every school.
So we're going to continue to ask for...
I'm not done talking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Fredericks.
This is like, this decision affects so many livelihoods in our community. I know you understand that, but this is why I would really appreciate the time to say what I have to say, because this is a very impactful decision. Don't appreciate people cutting me off. So anyway, I think I said what I said. I'm
basing my decision on this moment in time, and we don't need this right now. We don't need this severe cut right now. And I'm a numbers person, so.
I was going to say we're going to continue to look for mental health money, and we, have a goal of, if we can at all restore people's positions like we did last year, that's what we want to do. We have asked the first partner, the governor's wife, mental health is one of her passions. She came to visit, and we've talked to her about this. And Dr. Reynoso will continue to seek out, federal grants. So I don't want you to think we're completely giving up. But right now we have to take the necessary steps to have the district's fiscal health for the future, as Mr. Bravo-Karimi said, be stabilized. And we did ask the county, we did ask the governor, we did ask the state superintendent. And I think it's important for everybody to remember that these deadlines, statutory deadlines, were driven by the CTA and the CSCA. Mm-hmm. These are their rules that we have to play by. And I'm not blaming them, because I've said many times my father was a labor leader. This is to protect senior employees. So, nobody is willing to take that on or change it, any of the people that we asked. So we're stuck in this situation because of statutory deadlines. It doesn't mean that we're not going to do everything we can to mitigate it or turn it around by May 15th.
Yes, Dr. Velasquez.
I feel like we're presenting this as a juxtaposition between caring and not caring, between understanding and not understanding, between empathy and I have a responsibility to give basic services and instruction in core subjects regardless of the future of the city. And I am voting based on the seriousness of that decision.
Thank you. And we also did go to the governor's office and the state superintendent's office. A really hard pitch was done by our superintendent. I need to be really clear that this was done. So let's move ahead with the vote now.
Actually, can I make one more comment? I'm sorry.
We are at 10 minutes. We've got another 13 minutes here.
I have one more thing.
Have questions.
I have one more thing.
No, we're going to move on. We've had the discussion.
I just want to acknowledge
we've had the discussion. We've had the discussion.
I really would like to acknowledge the trauma that has been caused by this constant cycle of laying off a bunch of people every year.
I have a point of order here.
I want to acknowledge
point of order,
that.
please. The chair is trying to move the meeting forward.
Mm-hmm.
So can we please honor the chair's request?
Thank you very much. We're calling for the vote on the main motion.
So this is K1 and K2 for the SWIP. Tara Bundsmith,
No.
Scott Harden,
Yes.
Kimberly Kenny,
Yes.
Michelle Richardson Bailey,
Yes.
Patrice Marshall McKenzie,
Yes.
Dr. Jama Velasquez,
Yes.
Tina Fredericks,
No.
Jennifer Holly,
Yes.
passes 6-1.
Yes, please. We're going to do consent first.